Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on auto draft, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Wednesday of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good to have you with us. God, what's the color I got going on? Chelsea, I look like I'm covered in green. I look like it's St. Patrick's Day over here. It's the Thanksgiving Eve edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Coming up, which one of our bets were turkeys last night? In 20 minutes, we'll get to the Thanksgiving slate of NFL games, and it's my streaming corner at 640. Going to have a lot of fun as we get you ready for Thanksgiving. Good morning. How you doing?
Well, it looks festive. Like green at least is a Christmas color.
I know.
And it feels like everybody has their Christmas lights up. So, like, it could be worse, even though
Yeah, I
green
guess
is
that's
not the
true.
most flattering of skin tones. Like, you look more like the Grinch.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Even Max is like, yo, I'm going to fix that later. So normally I'm really white and really pale, and this is just sort of highlighting that. So happy St. Patrick's Day to all who celebrate on November 26th. What's going on this morning? You excited for tomorrow?
Yeah, I have a lot to do, so it doesn't feel like a day off. So we're going to start making sides today. I cleaned the house yesterday. We went grocery shopping. We have started thawing the turkey. So it's one of those things where it's going to be fun, but it's also a lot of work. So I'm a little nervous for that. But it should be a good day, and I'm excited for our menu.
Oh, can I have a little sneak peek of what's on the menu? I said yesterday that we were probably going to cook something, and now we're debating. We're going back and forth. So let me live vicariously for a moment.
Well, I try to do like traditional stuff and like things that everybody's going to like. Like I don't do like big departures from the normal traditional sides. So we're going to do turkey, obviously.
Okay.
We're going to do stuffing. We are going to do mac and cheese. We're going to do sweet potato casserole. We're going to do some sort of steamed veggies because my mom does not eat meat. And then we're going to do pumpkin pie, cookies. I'm going to do like a couple appetizers just for people to pick out. We're going to do some type of charcuterie board with cheese and meats and grapes. And then I think that's it. I feel like I'm missing something. I think that we're going to do mashed potatoes as well. So it's going to be a big menu and it's a lot to do. So yeah. My work cut out for me.
Oh, man. I got a nap coming up. Man, you're going to be working. But I know you got to send us all a picture of once this spread is done before people dig in, like what it looks like. Because I feel like even though it's going to be a lot of work, once it's done, it's going to look awesome.
See, here's my big dilemma is last year I cooked the turkey upside down, which is a method that is used by Martha Stewart for good reason. And the turkey was really delicious. It's just for aesthetics and for like the picture purposes, it's really difficult to flip the turkey because you have to do like the last 15 minutes on the correct side to make sure the skin is brown and that color that everybody likes. But I'm trying to decide, and I feel like in cooking, you just kind of have to stick with something and roll with it. But I'm still in that undecided territory. I'm like, should I do it? Should I do the normal type? Should I do it upside down? So that's what I'm wrestling with currently, but it does make the turkey very moist. It's something about like, it doesn't overcook the breast skin, but it keeps the juices from like the dark meat and they kind of trickle down to the breast. So that's the problem with turkey is sometimes it's dry. I feel like that kind of insulates it from some of those problems. So I do think at the end of the day, I'm probably going to do it. But again, it's only the fate of the entire family's turkey resting in my hands.
It's okay. Not a big deal. But, you know, if you make a mistake, the whole family falters. Figure it out! Get the turkey right! I don't want to. Can Jake get a natty light? He's been on the couch for 2 hours, Chelsea. And the beer's not going to get in his hand, by itself. He needs a little help here. Is he going to help out in the kitchen?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jake always helps. So he will be doing something. Because I'm gonna need a few extra hands. And like the tough part is I don't have an industrial sized kitchen. So like I have one oven. So a lot of this will be timing and it'll be like, okay, you need to put it in at this time and take it out at this time. Then the rolls go in at the very end. So I don't know. I feel like there's probably like a spreadsheet coming up in my future, which I absolutely hate. I know you're the king of Google Docs, but me not so much, but it will require some planning. Well,
Chelsea, speaking of rolls, you're on a roll when it comes to your bet. You're 1-0. How's that?
I'm on a winning streak of one game. Yeah. All right. So I'll take this win, though. Northern Iowa and college hoops last night land the 7.5. This was more me fading Loyola of Chicago. One of the worst covering teams in the entire country moves to, I think, the worst covering team in the country. Loyola of Chicago now 0-7 against the spread this year. They have not covered in a single game. Northern Illinois wins it 72-51. And the thing is, Iowa has a pretty solid defense, top 50 in the country. So I knew if Loyola Chicago was having offensive problems, it was not going to stop against Northern Iowa. So I'll take my dub and my one-game win streak.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I knew last night was not going to be great for me. Fine. Tennessee, Houston under 135 and a hook. That's one of those classic bets in college basketball. Not classic, you know what I'm talking about, where it's like, okay, it's not a bad bet, but I didn't feel great about it because I haven't really delved into the college basketball space just yet. Tennessee wins 76-73, 149 points in that game, so that's a loss. Donkster was a game ahead. He has the Thunder laying 10.5 tonight against the T-Wolves. So for the week, Chelsea, you are 1-0. I am 2-1. Denton is 1-1, and the Donkster still waiting for a dub. It is a daily tip here on the BetMGM Network. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Hope everyone's doing well. College football playoff rankings released last night. Not a whole lot of changes to tell you about. The top 5 remains the same. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, and Texas Tech. The only real change in the top 10 is that Oregon jumps ahead of Ole Miss. So they go from 6 when they were at 7 previously, and then it's Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Alabama, BYU, and Miami. Miami moves ahead of Utah at number 12, but not a whole lot of surprises here, Chelsea.
Yeah, I think what stands out to me and lives like rent-free in my brain is that Ole Miss is standing there in the top 10, and their coach is still a hot name when it comes to the open coaching jobs. And I think to myself, I don't think this is the case because I do think Oregon has earned their, ranking and earned their way up the board with that big win over USC. The offense looked really good, and Oregon has played better football down the stretch. But do you think Ole Miss's ranking would change if Lane Kiffin was not, the ringleader of this circus that's currently going on?
I think that's absolutely going to happen. They mentioned that last night. Hunter Yurachek, who is the chairman of the committee, said as much, which I think is wild. Like, you can't punish these kids who have busted their butts all year long if Lane decides to leave. And I mean, we don't know what he's going to do. Is he going to go to LSU? Is he going to go to Florida? Is he going to get a win in the Egg Bowl and announce, guess what, everyone? I'm staying here. And everybody loses their minds. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if Ole Miss knows, but it would not be fair at all if they win that game and then the committee says, well, guess what? You're going to have a different coach. We don't know what Ole Miss looks like without Lane, so we're going to punish you guys. I don't understand the thought process behind that at all. Ultimately, this is about the players. This is about the teams themselves. And certainly, coaches leaving or getting fired, that's a part of the deal. But the record is the record. I can't believe they're actually considering that, but they admitted it last night.
Right. And my question is it influencing this ranking? Because obviously they've even said as much, like you said, if Lane Kiffin leaves the program, that it is going to affect their ranking. But even now, it feels like, especially for these schools who are not Ohio State and Georgia and Texas A&M and Indiana, who feel bulletproof, there's a lot of campaigning going on. Like maybe because I'm here in Nashville and I hear like the Vanderbilt coach constantly campaigning for Diego Pavia to win the Heisman, for Vanderbilt to get a spot in the college football playoff. It feels to me that Lane Kiffin should be campaigning for his program, because I keep forgetting that Ole Miss has a chance to win a national championship this year. Like, it's wild. It doesn't feel like a storyline. And I understand that maybe they're not on the level of some of those contenders, but like, you look at their ranking and they certainly have a chance. So it's just wild to me in a sport where campaigning kind of matters, that's not really the case. And it almost feels the opposite. That like nobody's talking about Ole Miss and how good of their team, how good their team is, because they're talking about Lane Kiffin. No matter how many times he brings his running back on Pat McAfee, I still feel like that should be like the key thing for Ole Miss and not the coaching search.
Yeah, I think so as well. And you just wonder, like, how much of a distraction is it to these players? Maybe it's not a distraction at all. Ultimately, you know, when you're taking on your arch rival in the Egg Bowl at Mississippi State, and I really don't think Mississippi State has a chance here, but it's still a rivalry game. You still never know. But there has to be some sort of chatter, like, is our head coach going to be with us or not? You know what I mean? You can't avoid it. And even if these players say, well, I stay off social media. No, you don't. No, you don't. And these kids, and I don't blame. You're right. You guys are staying on social media. You're on everything, which is totally fine. It's not a knock. I absolutely get it. But the idea that these guys aren't paying attention or that they don't know what's going on is just not true. And I'm not saying they've said that. It's just that it's unavoidable. Even if you tried to stay away, there's the chatter. People are talking about it. It's going to be on the air no matter where you go on your phone. So it has to be some sort of factor in that locker room.
Oh, absolutely. Like, all of these kids are not immune to what they hear on TV, because at the end of the day, like, they're still young kids, with the exception of Diego Pavia, who's like 35. But still, they watch these shows. We know they do. But I think this is an interesting set of rankings, because it will be the ultimate test of some of these teams and these coaches if they can keep the blinders on, because it's rivalry week for a lot of these teams. And it's going to be difficult to see your name in this top 10 and be like, okay, well, our rival is having a down year, and all we have to do, cruise control, we just got to win this game. So we have seen stranger things happen in college football. I do think like the teams at the top obviously are probably going to be safe. But Jenks, do you think anything changes for Ohio State if they lose to Michigan?
I mean, they'll fall, but they're not going out of the top 12. So the question will be, how far are they going to fall? I know we have differing ideas as to what's going to happen. I think D-Day is on Ohio State. I'm going to be on Michigan in this game. It's a big spread. It's 10 points. We'll talk about that later on. We do our pick six. But ultimately, this is a team that even if they lose, I mean, Michigan is still a top 25 team, right? And it's a rivalry game. And, of course, the Buckeyes should win this game. But they're not going to fall out of the top 12. The question will be, do they fall out of the top 5? Do they fall to 6, 7? I don't think that's going to happen. You know me, I'm trying to find an avenue for Texas to get in. They're sitting at 16, and it's just not going to happen. Like, I need them to beat Texas A&M. I need Ole Miss to lose. I need an upset along the way. Remember before the season when I was bragging about how I have a hotel room in Miami at a good price for the national championship game, when Texas was the favorite to win the national title and Arch was the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy? And now that reservation is staring me in the face. I haven't paid for it yet. It's not due until January, and I can cancel. But my thought is, do I just go ahead and cancel it now, or do I talk Catherine into just going on a quick trip to Miami in January? Which we could probably do, and it's a nice hotel room, but I feel like I might get even more depressed if I go down there and like, what are you here for? Well, I was hoping Texas would be here. Instead, it's Ohio State, Indiana, or whatever.
Or worse, if it's Texas A&M.
Oh,
when you tell people, you're like, yeah, I'm from the state of Texas. They're like, go Aggies. And you're like, no. Like, you will be in a state of suicide if your entire hotel is filled with Aggies. Like, so no, don't do that.
That's true. I didn't think about it. Like, God, if that happens, honestly, I'm just going to cancel. I'm going to cancel this during the show. Is what I'm going to do. I'm going to cancel this during the show because there's no way. Actually, I will wait. Stranger things have happened. They slide in at 12 after maybe beating A&M. And then what happens? People are like, Texas shouldn't be in as a 3-loss team. I don't care. Maybe they'll slide in. But I think we both know it's not going to happen. I can't believe it's almost December. I feel like the start of the season was almost yesterday. And here we are talking about the road to the national title that's coming. Also coming up on the show, NFL Thursday. We're going to check out the slate of Thanksgiving Day games and see if we can gobble up some cash before Chelsea makes the spread for the family. She's the Rock. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, turkey will be on the table tomorrow. We will also get you ready to feast on some pigskin. We've gone back and forth. At first, I think I said this yesterday. At first, it was going to be, yeah, we'll make something. That'll be fun. And then I think Catherine's getting worn out with work. She's like, we can order something, from down the street, maybe go pick it up, maybe make it easier on us. So I don't know. We've gone back. We cooked last night, which we never cooked. I think that's what it was. We cooked a big meal last night, and we cooked some chicken parm last night, which was really good. But I think after cooking one night, we were like, well, we did our cooking. Maybe we should order something now. So I don't know what we're going to do for Thanksgiving, but we got to figure it out now.
Yeah, especially since you guys don't have a car, correct? So
Correct.
You'd have to DoorDash groceries, or you'd have to get an Uber there. Because you've got to remember, a lot of these grocery stores are not open on Thanksgiving.
I know.
So please remember that. So today is your last day if you plan to go the route of, making your own stuff. But I will say this, insider tip, if you don't want to do the full shebang for a turkey, they do have fully cooked turkeys that all you have to do is heat them up in the oven for about 3 hours. So there is no danger of food poisoning. You're not going to kill anybody. So all you have to do is heat it up. So I feel like that is a route if you want to do that. Maybe do that and pick 2 sides. Mac and cheese is really easy. And
that's good.
I don't know, you could order out some sides if you wanted to. I don't know how big you are on stuffing. Because that was one of the reasons why I am ordering out some sides and I'm making some myself, because I don't know how to make stuffing and I hate stuffing anyway. So we're getting that from Chop House. But I'm not a big stuffing gal, but other people in my family are. So we have to have it on the table.
I like dressing, but not real. I mean, I like stuffing. It's okay, but I like dressing much better. Are you a dressing person? Because I feel like
what's the difference?
Well, stuffing is more bread-based and made inside the turkey, whereas dressing is more cornbread-based and not made inside the turkey. So I think it's more delicious and it's richer. To me, stuffing can get just kind of dry, but dressing is more moist and has more of that cornbread base. So I think it's so much better.
See, I don't really like either. For a long time, I had trouble liking foods if I couldn't see the individual ingredients. I know that sounds very weird and something a 6-year-old would say.
Okay.
But I don't know. I've never been a big stuffing or dressing girl. So that's one of those things that I don't know if it's difficult to make. So you're on your own on that one. If you want it, you might have to make it.
Let me ask you this. What is the one thing that you just cannot stand? Because I feel like everybody has that one thing at the table where you're like, oh, I'm not eating that. The one thing it is for me, and I don't know what it's called, it's whatever it is, that casserole or that thing with mushrooms in it. Or not mushrooms. Sorry, marshmallows. Do you know what I'm talking about? With the white marshmallows? Is that just me? I feel like I see that every now and then.
Sweet potato casserole?
I love sweet potatoes, but I don't want marshmallows in it. To me, that just throws it. I love sweet potatoes, but I don't want the marshmallows at all.
Jenks, you're the Dan Orlovsky of our show now.
No,
you don't
I am
like
not.
Marshmallows?
I like marshmallows.
Ruin them.
I like marshmallows on a s'more. I like marshmallows in my cocoa. I just don't want them in my sweet potatoes. Right? You can like something, but it doesn't mean you like it mixed with something else.
I understand that. I just think of all the foods that could be egregious. Sweet potato casserole is my favorite. I love the mixture of marshmallows and even add in some pecans and some brown sugar, and I really like it. So that's one of my favorite sides. For me, it is the stuffing, the dressing. It's the cranberry sauce, especially if it just comes straight out of a jar. If you just have the jar and you're just huh. And it's still perfectly in that shape.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to eat that. Like, that looks like something that you would eat, like, I don't know, like in space or something, where it's like, these are the only options we have, or like camping or something. So do not make me eat cranberry sauce either. Disgusting.
Man, we're having quite the debate in the chat. Okay, I agree with you. I like cranberry sauce, but I don't want it like thunk, that coming out of the can. It's like, oh, look, you can still see the indentations from the can, like the ring around the cranberry. I'm like, all right, let's not do that. D-Day, great point. A crumble topping. Better than a marshmallow topping. Dita, you want to get in here? Yes. A crumble topping? Oh, perfect.
And it's not that I don't like marshmallows, but I am just a sucker for like a candied pecan. So when you get the sweet potato with all of the brown sugar and then you just load it with a bunch of butter and pecans on the top that are chopped up, that's literally heaven for me.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, that's taking it next level. Next level. I mean, I would eat it. I would take the casserole. I would just scrape like the marshmallows off and just eat the casserole like a child.
Well, no, not like a child, because the children, that's the only part they eat.
Oh, that's true.
The marshmallows. But it is one of my favorite sides, and I'm going to be making that. So what I'm going to do, because we do have some people in our family that don't like the marshmallows, so I'm going to do 1/2 with marshmallows, 1/2 with pecans.
Ah, okay. I think that's very smart. That's why you're in charge of the dinner, and I'm just a guy trying to figure out what I'm going to eat. Well, one thing we can both agree on, Chelsea, is that we will be watching the NFL on Thanksgiving. So let's start with the Packers and the Lions. The Lions laying 2.5. The Lions minus 150. Green Bay is plus 125. Your total is 49. What do you think about the traditional Packers-Lions matchup here? Rivalry game, divisional game. Lions are always on Thanksgiving, and this is going to get us started.
Yeah, I think the main question for me is, what can we expect from the Packers offense? Because it feels like they have been very hit or miss this year, where sometimes they look great. And, last week they scored 23 points against the Vikings, but the Vikings don't feel like a great team right now. And I just wonder if they can keep up in a track meet, if that happens to be the case, for the Detroit Lions, because again, this is an indoor game. This is going to be a home field advantage for the Lions because it's Thanksgiving. This is a tradition in Detroit. And think about the tradition of losing that the Lions have had for quite some time. I would imagine that these tickets are probably pretty pricey because it's Thanksgiving, because the Lions are good, and because it's a divisional game against the hated Packers. So I do think we talk a lot about this in the NFL, how home field advantage isn't much of a thing anymore. I think it's going to be very much a factor in this game for the Lions on Thanksgiving. So I'm going to lay the 2.5 with Detroit.
I think I'm going to go in the opposite direction. Like, I don't want to bet on this game. I don't want to bet on this game. I like the Chiefs-Cowboys game better. I think I'll put my money there. But I kind of feel like maybe Green Bay is the right side here. You could probably talk me off of it, but I feel like the line wants you to bet on the Lions. Are going to be at home. It's Thanksgiving. But the defense is really, really good. I think that is the difference here. I know they had that bad loss to the Panthers, but that was a month ago. Packers have won 2 straight. And when you look at the Lions, I'm curious about the Lions because they're a very good team, but they're not the dominant team that they were last year before they got beat up by the Commanders. Look at what they've done. They struggled against the Giants, lost to the Eagles, beat up on a really bad Washington team, lost to a bad Vikings team. So I think I'm a little curious as to how good the Lions are. They're good. There's no question about that. But are they good enough to cover the 2.5? I might take the Packers as a plus money dog here.
Well, then I will be on the opposite side. I think this is going to be a good game, though. And maybe it comes down to the final play, because you could say the same thing for the Lions in the fact that they have not been super consistent either. Mm-hmm. It's just, I do think this is a tough defensive matchup because you're right. The defense for the Packers has been pretty solid. But when you have the playmakers that the Lions do, I feel like it's going to be guys like Jahmyr Gibbs who will break off a big play here and there. And that's the problem with defending the Lions, is that maybe you defend them for several drives and then, one drive and they're back in it because they'll run it for like 68 yards for a touchdown. Like, I don't think the Packers are one of those defenses that are constantly in blown coverage, but my point still stands. And again, it just feels like the Lions are the play at home, especially when Jared Goff is playing indoors. So I think their offense will be able to get something going, but I think this total is tricky because I do think it's correlated. If it's a track meet, I think the Lions have the upper hand. But if it is a low-scoring affair, I think the Packers are probably the play.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I can't knock you on that one. Okay, here we go. How about the Cowboys and the Chiefs? Chiefs in Dallas laying 3. Chiefs minus 175. Dallas is plus 145. The total is 52. I really like the Chiefs here at minus 3. Dallas looked good coming back against Philly, of course. 21-point comeback. They win it. Brett Aubrey, field goal. With time running out. But I just feel like we're giving the Cowboys a little too much credit based on that comeback win. The Chiefs need to keep winning. They have to win this game to keep their playoff hopes alive. Maybe it's a square play, but I'm going to be on KC.
But here's the thing. Kansas City has not been good at covering numbers. They have gone 3 straight games without covering the spread. And at what point is leaving the light on season over? We talked about this when we talked about our power rankings, is that we're approaching December. And at some point in the season, you say, this is the team that is in front of us. And we've got to stop projecting some of these old narratives on a team because, the season's almost over. But I think the real question mark for me is, what is this Dallas offense going to do against a really good defense? And I think a lot of people will look at this last Eagles game and say, well, that was a really good defense. The Eagles, probably one of the best defenses in the league, but also, that was a game in which it's a divisional rival. And, it came down to the end. And the Eagles had some miscues in that game as well. So I think that maybe this is a comeback down to earth game for Dallas because we've seen this in the past where, I've trusted Dallas coming off an offensive great performance when they scored 44 against Washington and then they got smoked by 20 by the Broncos. So I think that's the play for me is leaning towards the under here. The Chiefs have hit the under in 6 straight games. And I think it's a combination of 2 things. It's the fact that the Chiefs have a solid defense and the fact that their offense moves the chains and they're very good at eating time off the clock. They'll beat you by 1,000 paper cuts where it's just okay, gain of 10, gain of 4, gain of 3, where it's not all these explosive plays, but you look up and you're like, wow, that drive took 9 minutes. So I think you look at the total in this one, what is it, 52.5? I think you hit the under. It's not going to be a fun play, but I think that's the play.
I'm going to go with the Chiefs. I'm going to keep back in this play, and I don't think they're being given – I think 2 things are going on. Number one is that, okay, yes, great comeback by the Cowboys, but the Eagles gave that game away. They went right back into their offensive shell. And then I think conversely, we're not giving the Chiefs enough credit. That win against the Colts was no joke. I still think people don't take Indianapolis seriously. Colts should have won that game, but coming back and beating Indianapolis, rallying from 11 points down, was a huge win for Kansas City against a very good Indy team. I don't think they're getting enough credit for that, so I'm going to be on KC. How about this one? I think we're on the same side here. Bengals-Ravens. Baltimore laying 7. They're minus 350 on the money line. Cincy is plus 210. The total is 52. We were discussing this a little bit yesterday. This line doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You going to be on the Bengals with me?
Yeah, it feels like an absolute trap, and I'm sure the entire public is going to be on it. But sometimes 7 is too many points because even if you take out all the other factors and you say, hey, this is a divisional rivalry game between 2 teams in the AFC North, these are 2 teams that always play each other close. And it feels like Joe Burrow always gets up for these games. And I don't think that he would argue and champion himself to get back in the lineup if he didn't think he was ready to play and if he didn't think he could give his team a great chance to win. And statistically speaking, he's had some awesome games against the Ravens and their defense. So I feel like with Jamar Chase back in the lineup, I'm aware T. Higgins is out of the lineup, which is not great. But Joe Burrow can do it with it feels like one good player and the rest of the guys on the squad. The quarterback makes the receivers, not the other way around. So 7 feels like too many points. Even if that Bengals defense is absolutely terrible, because that's what we saw last year, is that Cincinnati can still keep it close with some of their divisional rivals.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. And, the poor Bengals, my God, the book on them every year, Like, aren't they going to do something? Don't you know they'll probably like win out and then just make the playoffs or just miss the playoffs? Like every year, they just come together the last few weeks. And it's like, God, if Joe Burrow had not gotten injured here. And remember, they worked on this in the preseason. Like they played their starters in the preseason because they were like, we are finally going to get off to a hot start. We're going to finish strong, make the playoffs. Not going to play out that way. But the point still stands, which is this is when the Bengals tend to play their best football later on in the season. I'm not really worried about the rust for Joe Burrow because he's been there, done that. These two teams know each other really well. Even if T. Higgins can't go, I don't think it's going to matter. And the Ravens have been good, but I just feel like Joe Burrow is too big of a difference. So maybe it's a square side, but I'm with you. I will be on the Bengals +7 as well. Coming up next here on the show on the Thanksgiving Eve edition, it's back. It's better than ever, according to me. We're going to head to my streaming corner, find out what everyone has been watching. It is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us here on Wednesday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, I'll tell you what we've been watching, and Chelsea will give us an update on Gabby's Dollhouse. Is that correct? Is that what that's called? Oh,
yeah.
How's that?
You nailed it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's good. What does it take for you to just stop cold turkey in the middle of a show? Because I mentioned a few weeks ago that we were watching Ed Gein. God, a travesty of a show. And after 2 episodes, if I hear that guy talk one more time, hey, okay, Mom. Oh, okay, got you good. Got you real good. Oh, that's freaky. After 2 episodes, I'm like, I am tired of seeing this guy dress up in his mom's lingerie, eat beans, and talk this way. Like, I'm over this. This is terrible. And it's just dragging. I'm like, I'm out. And so lovely Catherine was like, I'll probably finish watching it. She normally finishes stuff that I just can't do. And I'll watch a lot of true crime stuff, obviously. And then I saw it pop up last night because we were watching what I'm going to talk about here in a couple minutes. And I was like, did you finish that thing? She was like, no, even I couldn't do it. And I was like, okay. I thought I might be onto something. But what does it take for you to say, okay, I'm done here. I can't do it?
I feel like I don't finish a lot of shows. Like, I have no issue pulling the plug because, listen, it's for my entertainment. Like, there are no trophies or pots of gold at the end of that rainbow where somebody's like, well, did you finish it? No, it's not for accelerated reader points. There's not going to be a test at the end. So if it sucks, I'm stopping. And that's this time of year with all these Christmas movies that are like the Hallmark ones, where I watch them for the vibes. I watch them because they do like fun Christmassy things, and I'll put it on while I'm doing stuff around the house. But then like the endings are so sappy and terrible that I can't stand to watch. Like, you know, when they start playing like that soft music, you're like, oh God, here it comes. And so I just turn it off then. So like I'll watch like the first 75% of all these Christmas movies, but I don't think I've sat through a single one.
Well, I hear that. I can't blame you. I mean, sometimes if it kind of gets to you, or like sometimes everybody has, I feel like, their own threshold, right? Where like, I don't want too much of this, or this is going in a direction I don't want. And then I just, I check out. So I feel like we all experience that at some point. All right. We got that out of the way. But now let's move to the things we have been streaming lately.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Let me tell you, we have one more episode to watch. The Beast in Me, Claire Danes, Matthew Rhys. This thing is awesome. It is so good. I mean, Claire Danes is an amazing actress. Matthew Rhys is an amazing actor. So, of course, she's done everything. I watched her in Homeland, and then I watched Matthew Rhys, and he was huge in The Americans with his wife, Kerry Russell. Took me a while to figure out they were married, which is crazy. But they are both so awesome in this. So it's about Claire Danes plays this author named Aggie Wiggs. And so she moves to the country to write a new book. And Matthew Rhys plays a man named Niall Jarvis, who is her neighbor. But he's been accused of murder, even though nobody can prove it. And so they get to know each other. And I'm not going to give you any more than that. But their dialogue and their interaction is absolutely incredible. We have one episode left. It's 8 episodes, but you talk about gripping stuff. I mean, from start to finish, it's about as good as it gets. We have loved it.
I will say it's nice to see that finally, because this is a Netflix original, is it not? Like, it didn't air anywhere else, right?
Yep.
So it's nice that we have come to the point where there are actually good dramas on Netflix with A-list actresses and actors because Claire Danes feels like she can carry something that's extremely heavy. Because I did watch Homeland. That was really good. And it feels like she is somebody who like actually acts. And like the crazy part is what's trending on social media these days is, I don't know if you've seen like the screen grabs of her making facial expressions. And I think that we are so used to seeing like quote unquote Instagram face where nobody's face moves because they have so much Botox. They're like, oh my God, look at her face. It's so contorted. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what humans look like if you don't inject anything to her face. So I do think that it is nice that some actresses are sticking with their same old face because we can actually tell their emotions.
I think that's a really good point. I noticed that as well, because one thing I thought, and I do not mean this in the wrong way, but it's like Claire Danes is she's aging, she's older, but also she started in my so-called life as like a teenager back, forever ago. But one thing I've always appreciated about her is that she has allowed herself to progress naturally in a human way. And it's not to say that there's anything wrong with getting some sort of tweak or whatever, but every actress, even a lot of actors, right, they have these completely smooth faces where they don't move. And the one thing that makes her great is her ability to express. And that comes from letting herself sort of age naturally and in a way where she seems real. Like her characters seem so relatable and real. And part of that is being able to just by a look or by a reaction sort of, project how she's feeling. Not everyone can do that because of the reasons you mentioned, but she is like she is in everything, just absolutely brilliant. And she still looks great, by the way. So it's not a knock on her, but her commitment to her character is always something that I have greatly appreciated. And Matthew Rhys is fantastic as well. Like these are two actors who bring out the absolute best in one another. There's so many scenes where they're going back and forth, and it's not just the acting, it's the dialogue as well. And I'm not someone that generally notices such things, but it's written so well and it's so sharp, and it's just two people raising the bar with each other. Like she's amazing, so he's amazing, and they just keep rising above. Like last night we were on the couch and Claire Danes was in a situation where she was threatened, let's just put it that way. And her nervousness coming through this was making us nervous. She's like, she's making me nervous. I was like, yeah, me too. But that just goes to show what a great job she's doing, right? Like her acting was so on point and so authentic that it resonated with us, and we were feeling the same thing. And I don't know if you can pay a higher compliment to an actor or an actress than that I am feeling what you're feeling.
Yeah. I think she does a great job of playing neurotic. Like, obviously I haven't seen The Beast in Me, but I've seen Homeland. And like, she's super neurotic in that, but she does it so well that, and the situation calls for it too. So like, I haven't seen this, but I'm sure like it calls for it in the situation. I feel like when it comes to good acting, even people who are not in the space of film and Hollywood and acting, like, you know it when you see it and you know it when it's not there. Like when I'm watching these Hallmark movies, I can tell that these are not A-list actresses for the most part. I will say the one that I just watched, I watched 75% of it because I can't sit through it, is the new one with Minka Kelly. And here's the thing. Okay. Normally when you're watching these rom-coms, you're like, oh, she's a relatable girl. Like she has a normal job. She's unlucky in love. All right. So Minka Kelly has one of the best face cards in Hollywood. I am not thinking for a second that she lives in the real world and is unlucky in love. She dated Derek Jeter. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
So like, she's like, oh, well, I just can't find somebody who sticks around. It's like, shut up, Minka Kelly. You haven't aged since Friday Night Lights. She could put on that uniform today and still look exactly the same.
It's so true. No, it's true. I just sometimes you see, I mean, you're like, hey, why don't you quit being hot? All right. You look good. You look good. Stop acting like you don't look good because you do. I don't buy it.
I'm just a small town girl. I cut my hair because it's not pretty.
Right. I've always been overlooked, that kind of shy girl in the corner that all the boys pass by. I'm like, no, you're the girl that every guy wants to date. You've always been that girl. So that's what, sometimes there are just people who are in the wrong role. And it's like, this is another great compliment. You look too great. You look too fantastic for me to believe that this is the character that you're playing. Like, I don't believe this character at all because look at you. Like, now, like when, what is it? Charlize Theron, she played Monster and she like really let herself go and gained all this weight. I was like, oh, wow, you look totally different. And it was believable, right? She was amazing in that. And she's a beautiful woman, but she was able to change her appearance in a way where I was like, I actually believe this. With Minka Kelly, it's like, no, you look the same.
Well, all she did was cut her hair. So, like, she still looks exactly the same.
Right, exactly.
And I get it. Like, appearances matter in Hollywood. And usually it's, like, the better-looking version of, like, if it's a biopic, it's like, okay, they're going to make it look visually more appealing. But, Jenks, the same did not apply to Sydney Sweeney. Ain't nobody seeing that new movie she was in. Like, you're talking about Charlize Theron, and she, like, got all this, like, buzz and, like, all these acting awards. And Sydney Sweeney did the one about the female boxer, and apparently it has, like, these terrible box office records. You're like, oh, poor Sydney Sweeney. I don't know. Like, maybe it's a great movie, but nobody's saying it.
I didn't even know about that movie, honestly. Might not even heard of it.
Look it up during the break. Like, I think she tried to do it for credibility, but, like, nobody saw it. So.
What's it called again?
Christy.
Oh, God. Sydney Sweeney Christy. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Oh, wow. I mean, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I have not seen this. I mean, I see what you're saying, though, right? She's trying to look completely different and completely She tried, and I'm like, oh, look, it's Sydney Sweeney boxing. She's not a different person. She's the same person, just with boxing gloves on. That was a good job.
She has other ways of making money. I don't feel that bad for her.
She's going to be
like
fine.
17 hats.
Right. She's not like in some sort of, small one bedroom in Hollywood eking by. So you'll be okay. Coming up in 5 minutes. Oh, it is never too early to talk. What are we going to talk about? How are we going to do a little degenerate parlay, squad parlay? See what Double D has in store for us. Oh, all sorts of plays coming up next as we roll into hour 2. It is the Thanksgiving Eve edition here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for hour 2 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And in mere moments, it is Parlay Central time on the Daily Tip. We'll go with Double D's Degenerate College Football Parlay. We have the Squad Parlay. And then we'll tag in our Survivor plays for this week and the NFL. So, Jenks, I don't know if you guys do this in your household, because I know Catherine's not the biggest sports fan, but I feel like she dabbles a little bit. Do you guys ever combine forces and make like a family parlay? Because we definitely do this at our household. And most of the time I ask Jake for his reasoning, where he's like, okay, we're going to do, the Nuggets -8 and Nikola Jokic first basket. You're like, first basket props? Are you kidding me? No, I have to put my foot down. But do you ever do this with Catherine? Like, I know she dabbles in the world of like South Carolina sports, where she's like into like Clemson and South Carolina. And of course she went to College of Charleston, I believe.
She did.
So are you guys going to do this for the holidays?
Every now and then, but it has to be a team that she's really into, right? Like it has to be like a South Carolina or fading Clemson. I cannot put into words how much Catherine hates Clemson. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, if Clemson is on the screen and she sees Clemson losing, she's like, screw Clemson. I hate Clemson. I hate that orange. I mean, I don't have to say anything. She just like goes off. So if you want to fade Clemson or support Texas, I could talk her into it. I'll be like, a little money on this. You're like, yeah, sure, let's do it. So we don't really build parlays because that's not necessarily her style. But in the right spot, yeah, we'll do it.
Ooh, so she might be watching this Clemson and South Carolina game, right?
Yeah.
There's no way she's rooting for Clemson, and does feel like a down year for the Tigers. So that's the fun part about college football, is it feels like even people who are not super into sports, they can absolutely get into the rivalries. Like, I feel like this is not as much of a thing in the NFL, but like in college, it's like where you were born and like where your parents like identify with. It's where you went to school. So it just feels like those emotions are stronger for like the general public.
Oh, no question. I mean, there's something about, and you have to have, you have to be careful too, because when you let your emotions grab a hold of you, you know how it is, right? Like you're betting on a team that you love or a team that you hate, and then all of a sudden your judgment gets clouded. Like, it's part of the fun, but it's also one of those things where you're like, am I being as objective as possible here? Probably not. But then again, if you're betting, of course you want to win, but part of the fun is just having a little skin in the game. And so if you lose, you want it to be, yeah, it's a bummer that I lost, but also I didn't bet half my paycheck on it, so whatever.
Well, here's the thing about, I think, both of us, is that you would think that people tend to lean towards homer picks. I feel like we go very far in the other direction, where it has to be like a clean cut choice where our school like looks like the better play on paper in case somebody says that. Like, I want to distance myself as far as possible. And also, like, I'm a cynic as well. Like, I think people pick up on that if they listen to the show, that like I'm more inclined to believe the negative things about my school as opposed to the positive. And I feel like you're kind of like that with Texas, where you do not back them on the show unless you are very, very sure, because you don't want people coming at you with the ammo saying, well, he went to Texas. So I feel like it makes you like more researched. And like when you choose Texas, it just means more.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, at least people will take you seriously,
but it does.
As opposed to, right, like, okay, he can be a guy who jumps on the bandwagon and loves his team, but I think if you listen to this show for any period of time, you know that I don't always choose Texas, and sometimes I'm like, this is a bad spot for them. It's hard to do, But at least, you can look in the mirror. At least I can look in the mirror and say, I have a little credibility, a shred of credibility left.
Well, at the end of the day, like if you give reasons and logic and like some sort of matchup as opposed to like, oh, Texas is going to win because that team sucks. I hate Texas A&M. Like that's not your analysis. So I feel like as long as you have like some type of logic that people can follow, that's all you can do at the end of the day. So it is rivalry week, which means it's going to be a great week for college football. So what better time to bring in Double D and fire up the Double D's degenerate college football parlay.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's college football D-Gen parlay.
That's right. It's rivalry week. Yay! Woohoo! And I've got a big parlay. 14 legs, ladies and gentlemen. 14 legs. Ooh. All right, let's get into it. I'm taking Georgia minus the 13.5 at Georgia Tech. North Texas minus 19.5 versus Temple. Indiana minus 28.5 at Purdue. I'm taking Texas on the money line versus Texas A&M. Michigan plus 10 versus Ohio State. Texas Tech minus 23.5 at West Virginia. Pitt plus 6.5 versus Miami. South Carolina on the money line versus Clemson. Oregon minus 6.5 at Washington. Oklahoma minus 10 versus LSU. Vanderbilt plus 3 at Tennessee. James Madison minus 21.5 at Coastal Carolina. Florida State on the money line at Florida. And Alabama minus 6 at Auburn. My total parlay, 7,522 to 1. $5 wins you $37,610. Let's go.
Oh, it'll certainly be feast week if we win that parlay. It will be a ton of money for Christmas presents and a ton of money to spend on turkey or whatever fixins you like. So it should be a good one and a fun one to follow over the week. And of course, over at BetMGM, there is usually some sort of college football odds boost token. So make sure you use that if you're going to be doing parlays. All right, so now it's time to get the whole crew involved and time to play our squad parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
All right, step right up and try your hand at some big plus money. So here's the thing, like we have been, a lot of people have been out and it's been like rotating people over the past couple weeks. So like we've done different strategies where like we throw in like a few legs. Like last week, I think we got to like 8 legs or something because we were like, oh, I'll just add one more. Now we're down to only 4 picks. It's getting late in the year, guys. We need to win another one of these. So I'm playing it pretty conservative. So we only have 4 legs. Each of us gives 1. So Jenks, what is your one contribution to the squad parlay?
Okay, here's what I'm doing. I'm going Vikings, Seahawks, under 41.5. So the Vikings, not a good team this season, but they still have a very good defense, right? 11th overall defense in the National Football League. They should be able to limit Seattle somewhat. And then you've got Minnesota's offense led by who? Max Brosmer going up against a nasty defensive unit for Seattle, which is top 10 in the NFL. Both teams are 7-4 to the under this season. So it is Vikings, Seahawks under 41 on the hook.
I like it. I feel like especially as the season goes on and the weather gets colder, that's when like a lot of the unders are going to start to play. And plus the game plans get better for some of these defenses, especially ones that are especially strong like the Vikings and the Seahawks. All right, so I debated on my leg here because obviously you never want to be the person that ruins it. So I was deciding between 2 legs here. But I'm going to go with the Chiefs on the money line. It's a little juicy at minus 175, but think about it. This is a parlay, and this is exactly where you use those pieces. Because I'm still not sold on Kansas City winning games by a wide margin, but I do think this is going to be a comeback down-to-earth moment for the Cowboys. Yeah, they're riding high after beating the Eagles and putting up points on a good Eagles defense, but that's a divisional rivalry game, and I feel like this Cowboys offense has still proven that they're capable of laying eggs. Remember when they got smoked by the Broncos by 20 points? Maybe not going to be the case for Kansas City, but it's desperation time for the Chiefs as well. It's Thanksgiving. It's a big game for both of these teams. So I think Kansas City comes out on top in the end. So Kansas City on the money line over the Cowboys is my play. All right, Double D, looks like you're going to college. What is your leg for the parlay?
I'm going to stick with the team that's made me the most money this year. I'm sticking with North Texas, minus 19.5 at Temple. One of the highest scoring and highest tempo teams in all of college football. Yes, the North Texas head coach has signed or is working on a deal to become the Oklahoma State head coach, but I don't think that deters anything. You still got the quarterback there, and Temple's Temple. So, yeah, I'm taking North Texas minus 19.5 at Temple.
The Mean Green. All right, then. Looks like you have a play in maybe the biggest game of the weekend.
Yeah, we're going to the game. I'm taking Ohio State, and I'm laying 10 against Michigan. This one's personal. Ryan Day is going to come in here. I think he's going to try and run it up after the last, now 3 years in a row that Ohio State has lost to Michigan. So I think they break the streak. I think they win. I think they win big. I think they need to showcase. They hear the chatter about, they haven't played anybody. I think they're going to showcase that they still are the best team in college football despite that, and I think they win big. So I got Ohio State laying 10.
I think the scariest thing about Ohio State now is the fact that I think the mentality is just they're focusing on themselves. They're not focused on what Michigan brings to the table. They say, hey, if we play our game, this is what Ryan Day has been saying all week long, we're going to be just fine. And they do feel like they are a very talented bunch this year. If you do want to ride with us in the squad parlay, here are the legs. Vikings, Seahawks under 41.5. Kansas City on the money line over the Cowboys. North Texas laying the 19.5 over Temple. And Ohio State laying 10 in the game. Total odds of plus 972, just short of 10 to 1. So if you want to roll with us, that's a squad parlay. All right, more picks. It's time to go to our survivor plays for this week in the NFL.
Two men enter, one man leaves.
There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, so I'm sensing a theme. I'm pretty sure all of us are simply fading bad teams, but I will let you elaborate on your picks and not take the words out of your mouth. So, Jenks, who are you going with this week?
Well, similar to my squad parlay pick, I'm going Vikings, Seahawks under 41 and a hook, but I'm also going Seahawks over Vikings. I mean, this should be a massacre. Not even close. I believe the Seahawks are laying 10.5 in this game, so nice and easy. Seattle is a call.
It always feels that way, right? That's how it feels for mine as well. I'm going to go with the Chargers over the Raiders. Don't know if you guys have seen the Raiders lately, but they just fired Chip Kelly. The offense is a disaster, and Geno Smith looks pretty damn old. So I'm going to go with the Chargers as big favorites over the Raiders. Double D, looks like it's more of the same for you.
Yeah, I'm also on the Chargers over the Raiders, and I'll go the other side. Max Crosby, very good, but the rest of that defense, not so good. Not so good. Offense, horrible for the Raiders as well, like you said. Yeah, Chargers over Raiders, easy.
I feel bad for Max Crosby sometimes. Obviously, he's a great player. He's making a lot of money. I want to see him on a contender. All right, Den, who are you playing this week in Survivor?
Well, we're going to take the Broncos over my Commanders. This is a happiness hedge. The Commanders are still not very good. They're coming off of a bye week, so maybe they'll be rested and healthy, but they're not going to be too healthy. No Jaden Daniels this week. Maybe you get Terry McLaurin back, but I don't know if that's going to make a huge difference against a Denver team that's been playing some really good football. So I like Denver on Sunday Night Football. I'm mad at the NFL for still making this game in primetime. They thought Jaden was going to be back, and he's not going to be, but I'm going to take the Denver Broncos in primetime.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to trot out Jaden Daniels out there either against a team that leads the NFL in sacks by a wide margin. So honestly, Den, as a Commanders fan, are you kind of happy that maybe you're getting some protection for Jaden Daniels and the fact that he's not out there?
He's going to come back at some point this year. I thought he was going to be back for this game, admittedly, but I'm not upset that they're not throwing him out there for a Denver defense that, as you mentioned, has gone ballistic at the line of scrimmage this year.
I might have to parlay all these Survivor picks because I do like them all, even though obviously me and Double D have the same one. I don't know. It's something about the holidays. It makes me want to have like 15 parlays. So maybe I'll do just that. And of course, always use the boost over at BetMGM. And I've even mentioned college basketball. Like none of us use college hoops. I don't think we're quite there yet for a lot of us on the confidence level. But there is a cornucopia of things to bet on this week. So if you don't want to pay attention to your family, you certainly don't have to. Just put on that TV, open up your BetMGM app, and get to betting. Great moral advice from us here on the Daily Tip. All right, coming up next, we get to a fun discussion of which sports family do you want to eat Thanksgiving dinner with. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on a Wednesday, November the 26th. And of course, Thanksgiving is tomorrow. And we talk about this sometimes in sports betting, is that athletes are humans too. And other things can affect them, whether it's their relationships, their families, and whatever's going on in their personal life. So I always wonder, like this time of year around the holidays, if there are people who have like family drama where like it's something that you have to deal with as a person. Like I speak from personal experience. Sometimes it can be tough to compartmentalize and put the blinders on and be really good at your job when there's other stuff going on. So I was thinking you can spin this in two directions, because we were going to have a discussion about what sports families you would like to sit at the table with, whether, you know, it's families that are really interesting, like, you know, Deion Sanders and Shadur Sanders, or it's, you know, just the pure star power of like the Kelseys and the Swifts, you know, joining forces soon. Or it could be a family like the Rodgers, where you're like, I wonder what type of dirt and tea I would get on Aaron Rodgers if I sat with his entire family at Thanksgiving when he is not there. So it is interesting this week. Like, I don't know how much of a factor it plays, like not to the point where I would put it in a handicap, but I do think like some of these guys, like there is more stuff on their mind this week, sometimes than just football.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is when, we kind of have the foundation, right? You have the get together, you have the food, and then you have the football on the TV, but then you have all sorts of family dynamics that come to play when everybody gets together, because it's one of those rare occasions where not everyone gets together. There's a handful of times each year, and sometimes just in your life, it could be a marriage, could be a holiday, when everyone gets together at once. So those happenings are not common. And when they do, there's all sorts of things that end up happening because you're not accustomed to it, and people bring different opinions and different experiences to the table.
And like, I feel like this is one of those things that I didn't really realize until Jake was playing in the big leagues, is that sometimes it's one of those things where you would think where family is helpful, and sometimes it is, but you see these guys who have home games and they have to leave like 55 tickets for friends and family members. And like, that's a lot of juggling, just because the logistics of like, hey, I've got to write down these names and I have to leave these tickets in the family section and these tickets in the friends section. So it's just one of those things that like players have to juggle as a part of just being a human in this world. But I saw the slate this week and I couldn't laugh, because I thought, I wonder if Patrick Mahomes was like, hey, Roger Goodell, can you please give me a game on Thanksgiving so I don't have to spend it with my family? My dad keeps getting arrested, my brother's in prison, and my wife's always spouting off. Like, I always think of that, and I'm sure Roger Goodell was like, yes, in fact, if the Chiefs want to play 3 times this week, we can have that arranged. Yes,
we'll make it happen, guys. Whatever you need. Look, the NFL's in the business of making money, and hey, if we can make you happy, I mean, this is a win-win, right? I tell you what, we'll have Chiefs play on Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, also on Thanksgiving, and then on Sunday Night Football. We'll rake it in. You guys will have a distraction, handshake deal. Let's just do it.
If you guys want to play in the North Pole, we can have that arranged as well.
Seriously.
We're not going to give you a bye week, but we will send you there. And it will be on, I don't know, Prime or something. We'll pick another network to broadcast it. All right, so without further ado, let's pick our favorite families. Like, if we got to pick a chair at Thanksgiving or just be a fly on the wall during Thanksgiving, which conversations would we like to sit in on? So I've already mentioned, some of the top contenders for, like, the obvious ones. And I don't think that you can stray too far from some of these. Like, how do you not sit here and be like, oh, well, I wouldn't want to be at the Kelseys. No, like, they're the perfect combination of interesting, of famous, and it feels like they have so many different personalities going on. And I personally would wonder if Taylor Swift is, like, cooking her own food to bring. Like, I don't know their Thanksgiving situation at all. I have not researched it. But I feel like from the little information that I am forced to know about Taylor Swift is that I think she wants to lean into kind of being a homemaker. Like, I think she's a homebody.
Yeah.
So it would not shock me if low-key she brought in like some side that was just like amazing. She's like, oh, I just whipped this up. And she's just good at everything.
Maybe. When would she have time? But I guess maybe when she was younger, maybe she could learn to cook or something. Or when she has time away from touring, she's with her cat, cooking up something in the kitchen.
She's with her cat. Make her sound like just a depressing person to be around.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, one of the saddest things I ever heard was before I met the lovely Catherine, and she told me she was convinced she was going to be single forever. And she was just like, yeah, because her, I know, and it made me so sad. I'm like, you? She's like, yeah, the longest relationship I had was 6 months. And so I just kind of thought, well, I have a nice job and I have my cat and, I can just drink wine and watch TV and I have good friends. And I was like, honey, that sounds, that makes me almost cried like hearing that. I can't even imagine that for you. I don't know why I went down that road, but I could never imagine that with someone as, as gregarious as her, who has so much to offer. But anyway, I'm glad that's not the case. But you never know when someone can sort of break out a talent that you weren't aware of. I feel like everyone kind of has that where someone can do something. You're like, whoa, where did you learn about this? Or how do you know this? So who knows? Maybe Taylor comes to Thanksgiving and she's like, I hope it's not too much. I made 3 pies.
Right. I just feel like she's that high achiever type where if she's going to do something, she wants to be the best at it. Like, I don't know her personally, but it feels like we all do. And she like reads into this eldest daughter narrative where it feels like she's always seeking approval. So like, it's not going to shock me if she just like absolutely like is amazing at cooking Thanksgiving food. I want to give the superlative who I think would give the best prayer to Deion Sanders. That man gives a great Thanksgiving prayer as everybody is gathered around the table just because he's a great orator and he's somebody who is great with words. He's funny. He's charming. And I do think that they are Christians. I feel like they do mention like giving thanks to God. And like, so I think that he's one of those people that would absolutely kill it in church. So I think the best prayer would go to Deion Sanders, but I don't know, maybe it's Shadur. Do you think there is any fight for like the head of the table between Shadur and Deion? Because like, here's the thing, Shadur is not lacking in confidence either. Do you think he's like, it's time for me to take the head of the table, Deion, you're out, I'm in?
Did you see me beat the Raiders this past weekend? I'm 1-0. I was the start of the Browns. No, I still think everyone defers to Deion because, Shiloh's lucky to be there. Shiloh's lucky not to be in jail, to be honest. But when it comes to Shadur, I feel like Deion will always have like I don't want to say alpha personality, but when you talk about guys that whenever they speak, everyone just wants to hear what they have to say. Like Deion is that guy. He just is. People want to hear what he has to say. He always says something entertaining or enlightening. And I have been critical somewhat of Deion's time at Colorado. I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says, but there's no question that he's an incredibly dynamic personality, and he has been for decades.
Mm-hmm. All right, so who's the family you want to sit with?
I would probably, come on. The Mannings. You kidding me? Like, even here's the thing, Arch is a bonus. Like, Eli and Peyton are hilarious. Not only are they GOATs, but seeing them together, seeing them on their show, or seeing them in podcasts or on SNL, like commercials, whatever it is, these guys are so likable. And then you add a legend in Archie, who probably has God knows how many stories, and then Arch at the table. Then we have Texas football at the end of the night. I'm definitely going with the Mannings.
Do you ever think that maybe they're not the people that they put out to be when it comes to all these broadcast platforms? Because, like, that's why that United Way sketch was so funny about Peyton Manning, on Saturday Night Live, because I think on one hand, people are like, oh, he's funny and he's charming and he's laid back. But, like, there's a reason why some of these guys have risen to the tops of their ranks in their respective sports. And it's because they're very, very competitive. So I wonder if there's ever like any family games where they're playing like Monopoly or something and Peyton just like loses it. It's like, are you kidding me? This is cheating. It's like facing the Patriots all over again. And Eli's like, facing the Patriots, that's easy. So it would be funny, but I always wonder if there's like something underneath the surface that, again, like they're high achievers for a reason. And sometimes I feel like you can't always turn that off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a competitiveness there. How could there not be when you're playing at the highest level? They both played in the NFL, both won multiple Super Bowls. But I think ultimately that once you get it's like betting. Once you get a massive sample size, then you understand what you're dealing with, right? So when it comes to like the Kelseys or the Mannings or the Currys, these are families that have been in the spotlight for decades, not just because of the current stars, but because of the family. When you're talking about Dale Curry going back in the day, I grew up watching Dale Curry, or, if you want to go way back with Archie Manning. So over the years, I think if there were some real cracks or some real issues inside the family, or, okay, maybe this family isn't what we thought they were, you would have seen it by now. The issues would have come out, right? And sometimes you just accept, look, these guys are incredibly successful. This goes for numerous families, and also good people that the public can relate to, which explains why they continue to be as relevant now as they were when they're playing. That is very, very difficult to do. That's rarefied air.
Yeah, for sure. And plus everybody has like camera phones these days. So like if they caught him slipping, like we would probably know. So on the opposite end of the spectrum, let me ask you this. What do you think Aaron Rodgers is doing for Thanksgiving? Do you think he's a big Friendsgiving guy? Because before I dunk on him too much, like I don't want to like relish in anybody like being by themselves. And of course, he has a wife in quotation marks. Nobody's seen her, but apparently she exists. But do you think he is somebody who hosts like Friendsgiving? Because I'll say this, like he has a lot of teammates that will go to bat for him.
Oh, yeah. No question about it. I think that, this is when you can only know an athlete so much, right? Like even with the Mannings, right? So I think we know them pretty well. I think we know mostly like what they're about, but you never really know until you know. And so I know we've talked about this before, where no matter what athlete it is, you might have a particular perception of who this athlete is, and then sometimes you meet them and you're pleasantly surprised and it reinforces that narrative or that idea, and then sometimes you're really disappointed. So it's always interesting to me to see someone advocate or stand up for someone else and say, well, this person is not who you thought they were, or I have a totally different perception. And I will also say, and I don't want to give out the name, but I have had one instance in particular where I had an interaction with an athlete and it was not good at all. And it was one of those stories that I would tell people, like, here's a story for you. And then years later, interacted with that athlete and it was a totally different experience. And now I consider myself friends with this athlete. So sometimes that one experience isn't necessarily a marker for how this person is in sum or in total. But when you're interacting with someone, sometimes that's all you have.
So is the body of work big enough for us to decide what Jordan Hudson is like?
So, yes,
if we're talking about awkward Thanksgiving tables, the Belichicks have to be one of them. Like, I don't know if Bill is doing the thing where maybe he's going to her family, but I can't imagine, like, is somebody going to, like, passive aggressively sit her at the kids' table? I'm like, well, she's not old enough. Didn't you see on Pablo Torres? She's born in the year 2000. I don't know, because I think that is a tough thing as somebody who I remember, like, my dad dating somebody. I was mean to her, and I was like in my 20s. Like, I had no reason to be mean to her, and I feel like some of the Belichicks have plenty of reasons to maybe be mean to Jordan Hudson.
Yeah, I just want to say that watching Pablo Torre just eviscerate her on a daily basis is awesome. It's amazing because she has been entitled and has acted entitled for so long. And a lot of that has to do with Bill Belichick letting her do whatever she wants. So she just assumes she can do whatever she wants. She can manipulate things and get away with it. And now she has a journalist who is saying, oh, I'm not going to fall for this. Guess what? Because I'm not your boyfriend, and I'm not going to let you do whatever you want. And you don't have me charmed. So I'm going to call you out. And she's not accustomed to that. And I think she's going to learn the hard way that she's going about this the wrong way. And Pablo Torre is one of the people who has reported that people in the Belichick circle have said, we're really concerned about this woman and how she's acting. And so, God, that Thanksgiving table, disaster. absolute disaster. I would not want to be. Actually, I take that back. I would want to be there. I'd just sit there at the end, like stuffing my face. Oh, this was great.
Right. At least it's drama that's not involving me. And it would be very, very fun to watch. I will say this. Whatever she wears to Thanksgiving, we know it's going to be a whole fit. And she's probably going to wear those rings as well. She always posts pictures. I guess she just casually wears his championship rings out in public. Doesn't feel very smart to me. But, you know, Jordan, she's always got to be flaunting it. All right, coming up next, it is our annual Thanksgiving plate draft. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, welcome back. It is Thanksgiving week here on the Daily Tip, and because of that, in a few minutes we'll do our Thanksgiving plate draft, where we draft a main, a side, a dessert. And just thinking about it makes me very, very hungry. But Jenks, I feel like this is the time of year where people like want to fire up like the hot takes about turkey. And we're like, turkey's terrible and turkey's dry. It's one day a year. Like, get over it. Put some gravy on it. Put some barbecue sauce on it. And I feel like sometimes people want hot takes just for the sake of hot takes. It is not limited to sports talk and Stephen A. and Skip Bayless. Sometimes I think people dabble in this when it comes to Thanksgiving food.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Like, can you just give the hot takes a rest for a day, please? Just one time, please. But I will also say people have look at me. I don't like marshmallows on my sweet potato casserole or sweet potato pie or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily a hot take, though. But if you're coming at me like, you know what I don't like? Turkey. Like, okay. Well, and can we move along, please? You mean you don't like turkey on something that's called Turkey Day? But someone will come out with that today and say something in order to infuriate all of us. Guaranteed.
I just feel like turkey doesn't taste that different from like chicken. Like it definitely has a different flavor to it, but it's not like offensively different to where if you are somebody who likes chicken, which most people do, you can't be like, well, I like chicken, but I don't like turkey. If you cook it correctly, and I think that's half of the battle because turkey is difficult to cook. And I think it's one of those things where you put the people who are cooking on Thanksgiving in a tough spot. I feel like it's almost like this. And Jenks, I know you're a music person and a karaoke person. Yeah. It's very similar to like the Star Spangled Banner, where it is not an easy song to sing, but yet this is America's national anthem that we all have to sing, and they're super high notes. I feel like it's the same thing with turkey, where it's like, hey, let's pick one of the hardest proteins to cook, and you're going to have to make it on Thanksgiving because it is Turkey Day, and everybody's going to want turkey. Good luck.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Max is saying in the chat, and he's not wrong. There are people who don't like turkey. I think it's just foreign to me. I can't. Then again, I'll eat anything, almost anything, especially when it's meat related. Probably shouldn't say that. Whatever. But I can't imagine not liking turkey or not liking ham or not liking roast beef or not liking steak. So when someone says to me, I don't like turkey, it just doesn't resonate with me because I've always been such a big Thanksgiving person.
I just feel like it's not like that offensive of a food. Like it's not spicy. It's not one way or the other. So like, even if you don't love it, I feel like it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, disgusting. It tastes like, I don't know, like any other meat. All right, so let's get to our Thanksgiving plate draft and drum up our favorites for our Thanksgiving plates.
Welcome to the 2025 Daily Tip Draft.
All right, Jenks. So you get the number one overall pick, and it does feel like there is a very obvious choice for the number one overall pick. So what is it?
Guys, the pick is in. Double D never disappoints. With the first pick in the Thanksgiving plate draft, I am selecting turkey.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right. So that's an obvious one. Care to elaborate?
So I like turkey. It's the basis of everything. It's the foundation that we all build around. We build the sides around turkey. It's known as Turkey Day for a reason. This is a day one starter, future Hall of Famer. Turkey it is.
Absolutely. For years to come. All right. The second pick of the draft is officially in. All right, so it feels like I have to pick a protein here. It's kind of like picking a quarterback. I'm going to go ham. Feels like the only other option for an entree here. Turkey's good, but if you have to choose somebody else, we'll go with the backup in ham. All right, team producer. I'm not sure if it's Den or Double D who is chiming in with your first pick here. But you're both on the clock.
All right, with the third pick overall, little controversial, and I don't know if you'll veto it, but I'm going to do it anyway. The pick is in. I am going with a turducken, ladies and gentlemen. A turducken.
Okay. Oh, nice pick.
Turkey,
nice
chicken,
pick.
and duck. Let's go! 3 proteins. Ah!
I like it. I think that's a good one.
Oh,
All right, so
nice.
you guys are going back to back, so you get another pick.
All right. With the first pick in the second round, the pick is in. And it's got to be green bean casserole, ladies and gentlemen. To me, my favorite side in Thanksgiving, by far, green bean casserole is a staple. I actually make an actual casserole dish just for myself, so I have leftovers that I can eat for at least a week afterwards. So, green bean casserole.
Respect. And I would add to that green bean bundles. If you've ever had those are amazing as well. Kind of similar. All right. Next up for me, the pick is in. All right, for my number one side, I am going with Old Reliable, and this is proof that I am American. Let's go mac and cheese. Can't go wrong. Everybody loves it. Mac and cheese. Jenks, you're next.
Oh, man, that's what I wanted. Ah, dang it. All right.
You got
the
turkey.
pick is in. Yeah, whatever. With whatever pick this is in the Thanksgiving plate draft, we're going with sweet potatoes. Delicious. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Turkey and sweet potatoes. Come on. Get out of town. I love mashed potatoes, but sweet potatoes take the cake. Okay, I get one more pick, right? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Pick is in. Pick is in. Can't believe I'm getting it here. Dressing. Turkey and dressing and sweet potatoes. Oh, my God. Yes. There are advantages to having the number one pick, so I'm getting very lucky here, but dressing it is.
Duh. The fact that you have turkey, like, obviously we're all underwater after that one, but we can make a great plate of sides. So the pick is in for me. All right, so since I didn't get sweet potatoes, I feel like I'm at a golf tournament because I want to say mashed potatoes. That's what I'm going with, mashed potatoes. All right, team producer boys, you are next.
Feel pretty good about my spot right here. I'm going to be the first one to take a dessert, and I'm going to be the first one to get a really good side at insane value. So I'm starting with my side. I'm getting rolls. I'm stunned that it's lasted this long, but I'm going with a nice Thanksgiving roll for the pick. And then to close off the producer's official plate here, we are going with the goat of pies, apple pie. We're taking apple pie off the board.
Okay.
Y'all can take that pumpkin nonsense elsewhere. We're going with apple pie.
I will take that pumpkin nonsense. The pick is in. What are you doing? Leaving off pumpkin pie? Are you kidding me? For the longest time, I was not a disciple at the footsteps of pumpkin pie, but then I finally tried it. I was like, hey, this is actually pretty good. So I'm going with pumpkin pie for my dessert. All right, Jenks, what is your dessert?
Oh, nice and easy. The pick is in. Gotta have a pie. Let's go pecan pie. Pecan pie. One of my favorites. Love pumpkin. Love pecan. Let's do that. Turkey, dressing, sweet potatoes, pecan pie. I'll eat that for a month.
Okay, so those of us who are raised above the Mason-Dixon line, didn't I think that you're not from the South? How do you say pecan?
I am flexible, and I will say it. I say it depending on whoever I'm with. So if I was at your house, Chelsea, I would say pecan. If I'm up here at DC, it's pecan.
Playing both sides. The ultimate political move.
Malleable king over here.
Okay, so who got left off? Like, who were we talking about, like, going into day 2 of the draft? Like, Who is our like Shadur Sanders that like Mel Kiper is losing his mind over? So Jenks, is there anybody on here that you're like, wow, nobody chose this? Question mark.
Nobody chose it? Well, I don't know. Should we have chosen Gravy, or is that just an assumption, or is that like a given? Like, all right, does Gravy need? Because I almost selected Gravy. Like, do I need to select Gravy as a pick here? But I feel like that's just ubiquitous. Everybody gets Gravy.
Yeah, that's like taking a kicker in the draft. You're like, nah, dude, don't be drafting a kicker. Come on.
That's
it's an accompaniment because like you're not gonna have Gravy by itself, or like maybe you do. I don't know. I always make chocolate chip cookies. Like I do think that I want a pie and like another dessert because like I'm a big sweets person. If we are indulging in things that we love, and isn't that the name of the game for Thanksgiving? It's basically gluttony. So I think chocolate chip cookies always make the plate for me. But as far as sides go, I think we did a pretty good job. Like there is one side that we're getting from Chop House this year that it's creme brulee corn, where they have it at nice restaurants. I don't know how to make it, but it's really good. So that's the only one I would throw in there. But I do like having cookies or like some other type of sweet as well.
Oh, that's a good call. It sounds delicious. Some sort of cookies. I also, what is another one? Does chocolate pie count, or is that not necessarily? I feel like chocolate pie, you hear. Yeah, Double D's giving me the thumbs up. I feel like chocolate pie is also on Thanksgiving.
I always think of, what's that movie, The Help? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I will never look at chocolate pie the same ever again, but it is very, very good. Let me ask you one at the buzzer. So what's the appropriate drink at Thanksgiving? Do you go water to not compete with the food? Do you go sweet tea, iced tea, lemonade? Do you go alcohol?
Well, I would go sweet tea, definitely. And then as a side, when I'm done, then I enjoy a good drink.
I think that's the way to do it. Like, I don't want to compete with the food, so I drink water with the meal. And then if you're drinking alcohol, you do it before or after. I think that's the way to go. Or a good cup of coffee at the end to get things going, because we're old and we like to be regular. On that note, Hour 3 is next here on the Daily Tip. We'll give you our best plays for the Thanksgiving Day games. That's after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and running on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us here on a Thanksgiving Day Eve as we get you ready for Turkey Day. We'll talk some football as well. That's coming up as we preview each and every single game on the NFL schedule in 20 minutes. Yep. Might not be a Friday, doesn't matter. We've got our pick six locked up and ready to go. We'll tell you our favorite wagers, and then we will make them official at 8:40, along with a visit from the Dogster. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium in our final hour. You can stream our show at BallySportsLive.com and on the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, here we go. Thanksgiving Day football. How are you going to manage? Are you going to get everything out of the way so you can just plop down in front of the couch and get ready for Packers-Lions to open the day?
No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be on my feet all day like a good hostess should be. But what you do is you set up your phone in the kitchen and you watch games on your phone while you are doing things. That's basically my life anyway. So, I mean, if you really want to treat yourself, you can put it on the iPad, so it's a bigger screen. But, it's something where you can watch while you're doing other things like chopping veggies or, putting something in the crock pot. So that is how I manage. I have to do multiple things at once, but I will not be missing out on some of these games.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I cannot wait. I'm excited about I just put out on X some Barry Sanders highlights because Barry Sanders, of course, played for the Lions. And yeah, I might sound like an old, but Barry Sanders on Thanksgiving was just unbelievable. And so you could count on him every Thanksgiving. Even though the Lions were terrible back in the day, he was one of those guys. I just put this out there as well, talking to someone who's an old friend of mine. And Barry was one of those rare things or rare players where he could make a 3-yard gain be a highlight because he'd be caught behind the line of scrimmage 4 or 5 yards because the line sucked and they never had any line in front of him. And all of a sudden, he's going this way, he's going that way, he's hurdling a guy, he's spinning around, he's out of room, he goes left, he goes right, then he splits up the middle, and all of a sudden it's 3-yard gain. But he ran 50 yards to get there.
Right. Did they have the Galloping Gobbler Award back then? Or is that a new thing? You know what they do on Fox where they give him the turkey leg? Did they used to do that, or is that relatively new?
I think John Madden did that forever. That was his thing, right? Where he would have the turducken, and then he would give whoever he thought was the MVP of the game, a big turkey leg to chew on. So John Madden started that tradition a long time ago. In fact, you'll see that on Thanksgiving. A lot of times they'll replay that, where there was a guy, I think he's in New Orleans, was the guy who made the original turducken for John Madden. And so they'll interview him from time to time and say, yeah, this is what John wanted. This is how he put it together. We do it every Thanksgiving. And they always sort of pay homage to him because he made that part of the event, right? It's one thing to have football and certain teams on Thanksgiving, and then it's quite another to have the event that goes along with it. And John Madden helped make it an event.
So is it only for the Lions game? I don't know which game, because it used to be we didn't have 3 games on Thanksgiving. So I'm wondering, so the game that's on Fox, I don't know, because I'm trying to think. I'm who's going to be the Galloping Gobbler? And are they actually going to take a bite of the turkey leg? Because here's the problem. The day and age that we live in now, it's oh, well, I don't eat things that aren't organic and free range. Tom Brady's not taking a bite out of that turducken if he was still on the field. It's similar to when I think they made a birthday cake for A-Rod on the broadcast on Fox, and he was I don't eat sugar. So they're great, we'll put the cake over here.
Well, I imagine if you're a football player, it's like, you know what? After a long game where you've been crushing it and you're the MVP, eat whatever you want. But just, yeah, imagine if they gave you a cake or something. You'd be like, now? Like maybe a turkey leg and some Gatorade would be better. I don't want to do this now. But I can't wait. I'm excited. That's part of the fun. Who's going to get that turkey leg tomorrow? I think it's during the early game, but then sometimes they'll push it to, whatever the main game is on the afternoon. I would feel like it's Packers-Lions. That's the one that has the most implications because of the divisional battle and because the Lions are so traditional on Thanksgiving. So here we go, Chelsea. Lions laying 2.5, Lions minus 150. Green Bay is plus 125. Total is 49. What is your initial lean here?
I think my initial lean would be the Lions because, number one, I feel like it's difficult for a team in any division to sweep another team. Because remember earlier in the season when people had the Packers billed as Super Bowl favorites, it's because of what they did to the Lions earlier in the season. But I have questions about the Packers offense. It just feels like it's kind of hit or miss for me. So if this turns into a track meet, which maybe it won't because the Packers defense is really good, but the Lions still have so many playmakers that even against good defenses, it's not going to shock me if we see some big plays, leak through the cracks where it's Jahmyr Gibbs rushing for like a 62-yard touchdown. So I do think if it's a higher scoring game, that kind of favors the Lions. If it's lower scoring, it favors the Packers. But any way you slice it on Thanksgiving, you have to feel like this is going to be a great home field advantage for the Lions. Because think about the history here. The Lions have been bad for so long, and they've always had this Thanksgiving Day game. So now that they're good, and they already have good fans to start with, that this has to be one of the hottest tickets in town to face a division rival when your team is actually good. So I just feel like Detroit's going to be rocking, and I think I'm going to go with the home team here. So I would lay the points with the Lions.
I'm thinking about going with the Pack here. I need a little plus money on the card. So I'm not worried, but I wonder how good the Lions are. Look, the Lions are good. The Lions are very good, but they're not quite the same team that we saw last year, right? They still have some holes, and on defense, I think they can be had. I mean, it's a one-game sample size. We saw that against the Giants last week. So with the Packers playing good football right now, 1-2 straight, the Lions, who are the Lions? They're not as mystifying as the Eagles, but I don't quite think they have that unlimited ceiling that they seem to have in a previous season. So lost to the Eagles 2 weeks ago, beat up on a bad Commanders team, lost to a bad Vikings team. What's going to happen if Green Bay comes into Motown and punches them in the face? Can they respond, particularly against that Green Bay defense? I think I'll take the Packers here, plus the 2.5. Okay, let's go to Big D. Chiefs and the Cowboys. Chiefs laying 3. Chiefs minus 175 on the money line. You had that in our squad parlay. Dallas is plus 145. Your total is 52, Chelsea. I like the Chiefs minus 3, and I think we've seen a political flip-flop here. Chelsea Messenger was for the Cowboys until she was for the Chiefs. Is that not true, or are you just taking Chiefs money line? Yeah.
No, I was never on the Cowboys. Like, I was leaning towards the under at first.
Okay.
But just because this total is so high at 52, and we have seen that the Chiefs are very good on the defensive side of things. And the other thing is they are very good at long, sustained drives. So with the total this high, I understand the Cowboys' offense is really good. But I do think if I'm game planning and I'm the Chiefs, I'm keeping the Cowboys' offense off the field. And here's the other thing. The Cowboys' defense has been at least somewhat better, in the recent sample size when they've added guys like Quinnen Williams, who's been a real problem up the middle. I don't think they're going to slow down the Chiefs too much because here's the thing. At the end of the day, if we're picking a side in this game, I still feel like the Chiefs are the better overall team. And when you talk about like these big prime, I don't know if this is officially prime time, but like it's a Thanksgiving Day game. It is a big game. And we've seen the Chiefs kind of underperform this year and underachieve, but they're still getting the job done. And I think last week's game where a lot of people would say, oh, they barely snuck past the Colts. The Colts have some of the best metrics of any team in the NFL. So if they can shut down that offense, who is scoring, I think, the most points per game of any team in the NFL, I think they should be able to be well equipped to at least handle the offense of the Cowboys, who sometimes is not the best at running the ball. Like, of course, they have George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, But I do think this defense is equipped to slow them down. So I'll go with the Chiefs to win this game with also a lean towards the under.
Yeah, I'm trying to go. Yeah, I'm gonna go Chiefs here, and I'm gonna have a longer handicap in our next segment because I'm going with the Chiefs as the pick six here. But you touched on some of those same points, which is the Chiefs just aren't getting enough credit for beating the Colts. It's hard to break through an idea of what a team is like. It's like the Panthers. They're not a great team, but they're a decent team, right? Just getting through to someone's head, yes, the Panthers are a decent team. That's a hard thing to sort of help people understand because they've been so bad for so long. And in many ways, you can say the same thing about the Colts. I still feel like there are a lot of people who don't take Indianapolis seriously because of their history. So yes, that win by Kansas City, that comeback over the Colts, I think was super meaningful, and the market still isn't reflecting that. So that's why I'm going to be on the Chiefs and laying the 3. I think it's a reasonable number, and I'm surprised, frankly, that it has not gone to 3.5. How about Bengals and the Ravens? This is one of the more fascinating games because the line is so large. You got the Ravens laying 7, Ravens minus 350, Bengals plus 280, total is set at 52. And here is where we are definitely in agreement, which is Joe Burrow's going to be back for the Bengals. So is Jamar Chase. T. Higgins probably not going to play. He is in concussion protocol. But regardless, seems like a big number, and you would maybe grab Cincinnati here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm doing mental gymnastics over here just because you look at this line, you're like, what am I missing? Are they aware that Joe Burrow's going to be back on the field for this game? Here's the thing. I don't think Joe Burrow would put himself in this position if he didn't think he was ready. And if he didn't think he would give his team a chance to win. And here's the thing, statistically speaking, he's had some monster games against the Ravens over the past few years. So we know that the Bengals defense is not good, but the Ravens have not had a great defense over the course of the entire year as well. Yeah. And plus, like, Joe Burrow is one of those guys that even against good defenses, if you give me Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, like, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch. So I do think they can keep it within 7 points. Plus, it's a big game for the Ravens as well. Like, it doesn't feel to me like the Ravens are going to keep their foot on the gas pedal and be like, we need to win this game by multiple touchdowns. No. And isn't that the thing with the Ravens is they're one of the worst teams in the NFL at blowing fourth quarter leads. Mm-hmm. So it's a big number for the Ravens to cover. It is a divisional battle in the AFC North where traditionally these games play really tight. I will say the total is 52, so maybe points are not at a premium. That is the sabotage factor. But still, if you're giving me 7 points in the NFL with a team that's led by Joe Burrow, I'm going to take the 7 points.
Yeah, I'm the same way. And I know there's always a thought that, well, he could come back and maybe it'll take him a while to sort of get back in the groove of things. We talked about this yesterday. I just don't see that being the case. Not with a guy who has the veteran experience that he has, not with a guy who has the chemistry that he has with Jamar Chase. And so the Ravens are a good football team. And it's crazy to think about now that they're probably going to make the playoffs where they looked left for dead. Even though the number told us that a few weeks ago, because we were like, how are the Ravens still favorites to make the playoffs here? But Vegas is often right, and they are here. It looks like Baltimore is going to roll into the postseason, getting a lot healthier, playing a whole lot better on defense. But all of that said, I still don't think they're 7 points better than the Bengals here. And these two teams know each other really well. I know it's not necessarily, one of those games that you see all the time, but they have such a familiarity based on how much they play that when I see a number this big, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Right, especially in the AFC North. Like, I just feel like these games are always hard fought. And again, like, I just don't think Joe Burrow would put himself in the line of fire if he didn't think he was ready and if he didn't think, that he could give his team a chance to win. So I'm on the Bengals here. I keep looking at this number. I'm like, what am I missing? Because we say this, like, the odds makers are often right. There's a reason they're good at their jobs. I don't know. This one just seems like there's not 7 points deciding these two teams. Like, if you're looking at, like, two division rivals, like, say, like, the Titans and the Colts, there is a 7 point difference there. It feels to me there is not a 7 point difference between the Bengals with Joe Burrow and the Ravens with a hobbled Lamar Jackson, because we haven't even mentioned this yet. Feels like you're playing operation with Lamar Jackson where they're saying, he's had a head, a neck, a shoulder, a hand, a wrist, a knee, and an ankle injury this year, but he's fighting through it. Like, that doesn't inspire confidence either.
No, he's definitely not 100%. And throughout the week, he'll take a day off or two just to keep him rested. So I think that's a really good point to put into the handicap, which is when you're not 100%. Like Lamar himself isn't taking off as much as he has in the past. And look, he is definitely a pocket quarterback. But when you look at his history, he's never been afraid to take off if he needs to. And that really hasn't been the case over the past few weeks. So not really convinced that he's absolutely as healthy as he was at the beginning of the season. So we are both on a 7. Coming up next, it might be a Wednesday, but oh yeah, football is coming and we are still willing to pick 6. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on this Thanksgiving Eve.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And it's on a Thanksgiving Junior. Oh, yeah. Thanks for being with us. It is a Wednesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up on the show, the Longhorns face their arch rivals in Austin on Friday night, but do they have what it takes to overcome a cult? Yeah, I can't wait for that. Going back and forth on my picks here. I'm getting excited. This is one of my favorite weeks of the year because it's rivalry week, because I love college football, because you have NFL on Thanksgiving, and because it's Thanksgiving. I always get a little sad because I catastrophize a little bit, and I'm like, well, only one more month of college football, maybe like a month and a half, and it's over. I'm like, Michael, enjoy the moment because we're only a couple weeks away from bowl season, Chelsea.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And the college football playoff, where we have 12 teams competing, which is awesome as well. But I do think, low-key, this is one of the best sports weeks, like in general, because think about it. Normally, we have Saturday and Sunday, but this week we get feast week for college hoops. So we've had good college basketball games all week long. And then on Thursday, we get 3 Thanksgiving Day games. And isn't the Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving as well? And then we have rivalry games, on Saturday. And we have games on Friday, too, I think. Right? Like, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely.
Like, if I was looking at right, it's one of those weeks where, like, the day of the week does not matter. So it just feels like in normal weeks where, like, God, Wednesdays are the worst. And even Thursdays, it's like we get one game on Prime, and it's probably going to be terrible. Gone are those days. We have all kinds of games. We have a cornucopia of things to bet on.
Ah, cornucopia. That's exactly right. That's a good word for Thanksgiving as well. The cornucopia. You know what I mean? I like to think that earlier in the show we set the plate, and now it's time to pour the gravy all on top of all the talk that we had about the picks that we like. So let's do that and give you our weekend winners.
Pick six.
Let's do this. Starting in the National Football League, Dallas, Kansas City, and Big D. On a warm afternoon in Dallas, Travis Kelce and the Chiefs hope to celebrate a Thanksgiving victory with 3 homemade pies from Taylor Swift. Chocolate, pumpkin, and pecan. Apparently she likes to bake. That's what we learned today. D-Day put that in the chat. I'm like, I had no idea. Okay, so we did talk about this in the previous segment, but let me expand a little bit. Chiefs -3. This number is short, and I think this is the classic market overreaction and market underreaction. So we're seeing an overreaction to the Cowboys rallying from being 21 points down against the Eagles. Great win for them. Also, Dak Prescott has been a witch at home at AT&T against NFC East opponents, but they're playing someone from the AFC. That does not hold true here. So market overreacting a little bit to that Dallas comeback. And then conversely, the Chiefs had to come back from 11 points down against the Colts at Arrowhead in the fourth quarter, and the market isn't giving Kansas City enough credit for that. The Colts are a really good football team. You don't want to believe it. Every time Daniel Jones has a bad game, you're going to be like, oh, there we go again. Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes. Okay, it's the Colts. The Colts are exceptional. And what I mean by that is if you're Kansas City and you come back and get that win, you should be giving the Chiefs more credit for that comeback than they're getting. You combine those two factors, that's why I think this number is so short. The Chiefs must keep winning because they're certainly not guaranteed to have a playoff spot. They've got to get a dub here, and I think 3 is certainly reasonable against a Cowboys team that is incredibly inconsistent. So let's go Chiefs -3 against the Cowboys.
Yeah, I feel like Roger Goodell. I ain't letting the Chiefs lose on Thanksgiving. But again, it's against the Cowboys. That's another quote-unquote America's team, but I feel like that title is not for long. All right, so if you want to watch it, Chiefs and Cowboys kick off at AT&T Stadium, 4:30 on Thanksgiving.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, so I keep looking at this line and thinking, what am I missing here? Because when you're giving the Bengals and Joe Burrow 7 points against a division rival and a Ravens team that's led by Lamar Jackson, who's nursing all kinds of injuries as well, I say to myself, this is going to be a good game. These are two division rivals in the AFC North where it feels like these games play closer to the vest. And statistically speaking, Joe Burrow has had some of his best games in the NFL against the Ravens. I understand it's not the same defense year to year, but still, Joe Burrow would not put himself in this position. He would not put himself on the field if he didn't think he was ready to roll and he was ready to give himself a chance to win. And here's the other thing. Like, Zach Taylor feels like he's kind of on the hot seat at this point, so it feels like a desperation game for the Bengals. And you could say that for the Ravens as well. When you are playing in a tight game and every single win matters for your playoff hopes and dreams, when we're talking about the Ravens, why would they keep their foot on the gas pedal? It just feels like this is one of those survive and advance games for the Ravens. And plus, they're one of the teams in the NFL who have done the worst job at sustaining leads in the fourth quarter. In fact, there is a stat with John Harbaugh blowing all these leads. So to me, 7 points feels too much. I'm going to be on the Bengals.
I think that's actually a good call. We were talking about that previously, and I think that is absolutely the way to go. Late game on Thanksgiving, 8 o'clock kick in Charm City.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right. This is my grossest pick, not of the week, of the month. Oh my God. You know what that is? That's the sound of tens of thousands of people who belong to a cult, and once they get in, they never escape. Most unbearable people on the planet. Aggies. The Ags, the Agroids. Aggie. We say Aggie because they're just one entity. Everyone thinks the same, looks the same, talks the same. So annoying. However, Texas A&M has a great football team. Mike Elko has done a great job. And the Texas secondary is not ready for what A&M has to offer. Texas hired Dwayne Akina during the offseason as part of their defensive brain trust. It has not worked out. He is a relic from the Mac Brown era, and there is a reason why that secondary cannot stop anyone. They give up a lot of chunk plays. We saw that against Georgia. We saw it in the first half against Arkansas. I think Texas A&M is going to have a lot of big plays against the Texas secondary, as much as I hate it. So I'm going to take Texas A&M on the money line, minus 130. I think they easily cover the number. The number is minus 2.5. It's in Austin. I would love to see Texas win this game. And what am I doing? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's early in the morning. I've had my mind on Thanksgiving and turkey. I'm not thinking right. How can we lose to a bunch of people who think the same and dress these khaki outfits that they have? I'm surprised. I am absolutely stunned that we haven't seen the Aggies do what they always do, which is drop some game they shouldn't. Because this is a team that generally wins 8 games a year and they disappoint. Oh, yeah, they've surprised us this season. Well, they got a surprise coming on Friday night in Austin. And that surprise is 2 words. Archibald Manning. Maybe you've heard of him. Maybe you've heard of his family. I'm ready for this secondary to have its game of the year. I'm ready for Texas to play the best game of the season and ruin the Aggies' chances of making the SEC championship game. I'm going to finish this on the nose. Texas plus 2.5 in Austin.
Oh, what a ride, Jenks. What a ride that was.
Whoa.
A roller coaster of emotions. And I will say I'm happy to know that now people are using Arch Manning as a part of a positive handicap and not a threat. People are like, yeah, but Arch Manning. So now the connotation has flipped a bit. But I'm hoping for you, Jenks. And I know that you are leaving the light on for your Texas Longhorns to make it in the college football playoff. And of course, we'll be rooting for you. If you want to watch it, 7:30 Eastern kickoff in Austin on Friday nights.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, let's keep with rivalry week, and we're going with the Dogs in the Vandy and Tennessee matchup. So I'm going to go with the Doors, getting 3 points here. And Vandy, we know, has been one of the most fun stories in college football, with Diego Pavia beating his chest and hoping for a campaign to win the Heisman. I don't think that's going to be the case, but en route to that, Vandy has been one of the best covering teams in college football, 9-2 against the number so far this season. And it feels to me that this is going to be their absolute Super Bowl. They've been running their mouths, and we know one thing, that Diego Pavia likes to back up what he's saying. And you look at this Tennessee team, and it's a team that certainly has some flaws. We've seen teams run the football against them, and I just feel like this is a Tennessee team that has been overbilled this year, and you can see that, and they're against the spread numbers. They are just 2-5 ATS in their last 7 games as favorites. So I don't feel like they're trustworthy favorites here, even when this game is in Knoxville. Diego Pavia ain't scared. Let's go Vandy +3.
All right, Chelsea. I am looking forward to this game. I need a Vandy loss here. I need a Vandy loss. Even though maybe they can lose and they can still cover your number so everybody wins here. I'm hoping for Texas to move up into the college football playoff, but probably not going to happen. Regardless, if you want to see this game, the Commodores and the Vols, 3:30 start in Knoxville.
Pick six.
How about the big one? Unless you talk to Joel Klatt. Oh, no, this is the one he does like. What was he smashing? Auburn, Alabama?
Yeah.
Ohio State, Michigan. I am taking Michigan +10. This is a very simple handicap, and the handicap is this. This is a rivalry game, okay? And sometimes the number is just too big. You're getting double digits with the Wolverines at the Big House. I understand how good Ohio State is. Ohio State is so good this season, they're just boring. And that is a great compliment. You can be number 1 in the country and be boring because you just roll over people, because you're out-talenting everyone, because you're trying to defend your title. That's what Ohio State does. We're just like, Buckeyes win again. Buckeyes win again. But who have they had a problem with over the past 4 years? It is Michigan. They've lost 4 straight to the Wolverines, and all of the pressure is on the Buckeyes here. None of the pressure is on Michigan, right? They're not expected to win this game. They are the ones who have a 4-game winning streak. All of the pressure is on the Buckeyes. So we'll see how Ohio State handles that going into Ann Arbor. And also, over the past few games, that Michigan run game has been really, really good. I think they can keep Ohio State on its toes enough to chew up some clock, chew up some yardage on the ground, keep this game close. Yes, Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate have been banged up. They will play, but they're not 100%. So I think you take all those factors together, and double digits in a game like this, way too many points. Let's go Michigan. I think Ohio State wins by a touchdown. I like the Wolverines getting double digits at the Big House.
I think the more that I think about it, the more I'm just rooting for a lot of these games to be good. Because isn't that what makes rivalry week special, is when these rivalries are neck and neck, and it's not a blowout either way. So I'll be rooting for a good game. In the game, if you want to watch it, a noon kickoff at the Big House on Saturday.
Pick six.
All right, so we're sitting here at November 26th, and I have never come on this show and given out my alma mater, NC State, as a play. But this one hits different, because Dave Doran does one thing, and he beats UNC. This feels like this is why he has kept a job at NC State for so long. He's 8-4 against the Heels in his career, 7-3 in the last 10, and the Wolfpack are a perfect 3-0 against the number in their last 3 games against UNC. I don't know if you've been following the North Carolina football program, but let me tell you, feels like there's a little drama going on with, Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. So it just feels like a team that's kind of spinning its wheels, and NC State has played really well down the stretch. 2 outright wins as underdogs against some quality competition over Florida State and Georgia Tech in their last 3 games. So I'm going to go with the NC State Wolfpack, my alma mater. I'm going to play it down to 6.5, because you can still get that for -138. So I'm going to do that. I think NC State can win this one by a touchdown. This is our Super Bowl. We don't beat UNC in basketball, but we can beat them in football. So let's go Pack.
I am stunned right now
Right.
I'm stunned. We've done this show for 4.5 years. I don't know if I've ever heard you pick NC State. I don't know what to say. Are you having eggnog early? I don't understand. Let's go.
It's because they're only good against UNC in football. Like, this is our calling card. Like, this is why Dave Doran doesn't get fired, because the boosters are like, oh, well, we beat UNC. So it's the one time of year.
That's what I'm talking about, Chelsea. Finally a pick on the pack. Come on, next to the show. It is the weekend for almost everyone, so we're going to send you into the holiday with our favorite plays. Best bets coming your way next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the Thanksgiving Junior edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And you know we're going to finish strong on this Wednesday. Always great to have you with us. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Got the donks are coming up. Best bets as well. Man, I just realized I have so lack of focus right now. I don't even have a best bet in, but I'll put something in. All right. I'm like, Michael,
do you need me to filibuster?
Yes, filibuster. No, I got it. It's okay. I was like, what's going on next? You know, what you do every day, what you've done for years, you put in your best bet. So, yeah, I will do that here in a second. All right, Chelsea, I need the layout now. This is it. Final rehearsal. I know you got a lot on your plate today, and you have a lot on your plate tomorrow. Pun intended, right? You're going to have a big Thanksgiving meal. Give me the synopsis here. How many people are you having over? What's that going to look like tomorrow at the Messenger household?
Well, the Messenger Buchanan household, because
yes.
I am married. I just haven't changed my name. Maybe in year 15. I always joke about it. I'm like, okay, like one of these days, like I'll change my last name. I just haven't gotten around to it. Like the DMV sucks. I don't want to go there. It's not any like stand, but anyways. So we have my mom, my dad, maybe my brother. We're kind of on the fritz right now. We'll see how that pans out. Jake and Blake. So it is my quote unquote full family. But we just don't have that big of a family. But it's still like, expectations are high on Thanksgiving. You don't want to ruin the turkey. You don't want to ruin the sides. And plus, like, I myself want a good meal for Thanksgiving. Sure. If I'm going to spend all day and all week planning for something, I want it to pan out. Like, I don't want it to look like the Raiders offense where you're like, you had all week to decide this. This is what you came up with. And that's why Chip Kelly is fired. So I'm a little nervous. I'm a little anxious, but overall it should be a good time. And I've put in the work. Like that's all you can really do with anything in life. Yeah. If you prepare as much as you possibly can, like you should have some level of confidence because at the end of the day, you have done all you could do. So I've checked all the boxes. I've gotten all the groceries. So now it's time to put up or shut up. And it's time to execute, baby.
Yeah. You put in the work. Now you just let it rip. You know what I mean? You've done the film work. You've done the prep work. You've done the research. You're ready to go. That meal's going to slap tomorrow. I can feel it.
It's going to slap. Do people still say that? I'm so behind on like the actual lexicon of like what people actually say these days. I feel like I'm stuck in like 2018. Like I think I'm like a good 5 to 7 years behind.
Oh, I'm way behind. Like, I'll talk to somebody about Catherine. I'm like, yeah, that's my boo. And I'm like, oh, God, what are you doing, man? way behind. And then I'll try to overcorrect and I'll be like, 6'7". I'll be like, get this guy out of here. Whatever he's doing, like, get him out of here. Like, that thing is what I love doing is asking parents, like, have you heard 6'7"? Because, of course, they have. And their reactions are always like, oh, have I heard it? I'm living it.
But I think that also has like an age limit. Like, I don't think people over the age of like 14 are saying 6'7". Like, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Like, granted, I'm not talking to a bunch of high schoolers, but like it feels like one of those things that like the kids have for themselves where it's not an adult thing. Yeah.
It's like, well, although Jaden Daniels said it earlier this year at a press conference, and I was kind of surprised. I mean, he's still very young, but you know, it does happen. Double D is saying this right. This is to your point. His daughter does it all the time. Double D, how old is your daughter? God, I'm going to get this wrong. I don't know.
She's like 5, right?
6?
5 or 6?
She's
6. So that's the age group.
Okay. Yeah, we're close. Okay. Yeah, Max, his 5-year-old nephew, learned it from somewhere. I am definitely not saying anything that is popular with the 5 and 6-year-olds. Like, maybe I'll pass on that.
Well, the problem is, so my daughter is 5 and she's been saying it, but like kids are adding on their own flares to it. So what they say now is 6, 7, your mom's an 11 in heaven. I'm like, wait, why is she in heaven? Oh my gosh, that took a turn.
She died? Yeah. It took a terrible turn. She's dead?
Right?
Oh, man. Well, this is why I don't know the common vernacular. And in this case, it's probably a good thing. All right, Chelsea, here we go. We've talked about the NFL. We've talked about college football. So we are locked in, ready to go. Let's tell you who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
I am still reeling in a good way that you chose NC State this weekend, but it's not your best bet. Who do you got?
Yeah, best bet is going to be in the world of NFL props, and this is matchup dependent. So anytime the Cowboys have taken the field, you have to at least consider playing an opposing wide receiver, because this season the Cowboys defense has given up the second most fantasy points to opposing wide receivers and the 6th most yards. So we should be in line for a shootout. At least that's what the odds makers are telling us when it comes to this Chiefs and Cowboys game. So I'm looking at the Chiefs and I'm like, hey, who fits this position for the Chiefs? And it does feel like it is Rashee Rice. So I'm going to play the over on Rashee Rice, over 74.5 receiving yards. If you look at this specific number, he's hit this in 3 of the last 4 games, including last game, which was a shootout in overtime against the Colts. He had 12 targets and 141 receiving yards. The only game in this 4-game stretch that he has not hit this number was against the Broncos, who are one of the best secondaries and defenses in the NFL. Not the case with the Cowboys, who have also gotten better at defending the run with the addition of Quinnen Williams. So I think Patrick Mahomes is going to have to throw the ball a bit, and his main target share king is still Rashee Rice. So we're going to go with Rashee Rice over his receiving prop of 74.5 for -114.
Okay, let's get a dub, Chelsea. I'm going to go back to the pick that I am putting in our squad parlay, which is Vikings at the Seahawks, under 41 and a hook. Vikings, not a good team this season. They have a real issue with J.J. McCarthy, by the way. He's been banged up, not playing a lot, not playing this weekend. He has looked really, really bad. Regardless, he's on the sideline, and guess who is in? Oh, Max Brosmer, who I believe started like at New Hampshire or something, transferred to Minnesota. Clearly, this is not who the Vikings want at quarterback, and he has to go up against that nasty Seattle defense, a top 10 unit. Then conversely, the Vikings, while not being a good team, have a defense that is very good under Brian Flores, ranked 11th in the NFL. So both of these teams 7-4 to the under this season. I think we see a lower scoring game, and that's why we're going Vikes, Hawks under 41 and a hook.
Should be a fun game to root for. That's the worst when you have like an under or like something that's not fun to root for and you're in a public setting. Like, I don't think you guys are doing that much for Thanksgiving, but like people are like, yay, a touchdown. You're like, no, that's not what we want. We want punts and field goals. And they're like, what? Do you follow sports? You're like, yeah, I bet on sports. There is a difference here, people. But I'll be rooting for Rashee Rice. Jenks, I was just looking there was a bet that I wanted to parlay, but MGM's not letting me do it. Dak Prescott's rush attempts is set for 2.5. He's hit this in 5 straight games, but it's -175, but they won't let me parlay it. So, I feel like that Kathy cartoon. Didn't she used to say that?
Kathy.
Let me parlay it, damn it.
Dang it.
But yeah, that's my current frustration. Or else I would have another play, but MGM is just like, no, you can't do that. And no other book is offering this line. So it feels a little fishy. It's probably going to be taken off the board.
-175, just do it. Treat yourself. Believe in yourself. Do it. Treat yourself to a huge minus money bet. Why not? Why not? If you believe in it, go for it. All right, before we wrap things up here and hand things off to Bed Sweats, I guess the Donkster maybe is in studio. Donkster, are you there?
Good morning. Does anyone want to hear my Thanksgiving song?
Oh.
No.
Well, you're in the spirit. Not really, but I guess.
Here we go. Turkey Day means lots of meat. I like lots of ham. How about dressing? How about a pie? Let's cover each other in gravy.
Ew.
Yeah. Oh. That's the song?
I'm still working on it. Look at my hat.
That's a nice hat. It's about 3 sizes too small, but that's a nice pilgrim hat. Okay. Do you have a bet, Donkster?
Lions minus 2.5 taking on Brett Favre and the Packers.
All right.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Happy Thanksgiving, Donkster. Very exciting. Got the foliage behind him. You know, got a little pilgrim hat on. Are you gonna dress in something that's Thanksgiving-ish? Like, will you wear a fall color tomorrow? I'm not saying you're gonna dress up like a pilgrim or something like that, but you know, something
or
like
Indian?
earlier this week.
Canceled?
No. I'm saying, you know, are you gonna wear something, you know, that's orange or brown or something that has like a fall tone to it? Do you go all in like that?
I mean, I don't know how much all in that is, but like all attempts to wear something like fall colors. But you're right. Like it feels like 10 or 15 years ago, like they did all the Thanksgiving plays with like the Pilgrims and the Indians. I feel like we're not allowed to do that anymore.
No, you just gotta, all I care about is just give me my turkey. Let me put some gravy on it, and some dressing and some football, and I will, you know, I'll keep my mouth shut. That's all I care about. And I still don't know what we're gonna do. We are all over. I guarantee I know what we're going to do. We're just going to pop into some place close here. Yeah, the city is empty right now. Like DC is just like it's a ghost town because people will leave town for the week, which is understandable. It's a transient city anyway. But I think we'll probably just pop into some place close, have a nice, quiet Thanksgiving dinner, and then come back and chill. So that's probably what we'll do.
I feel like especially if it's only 2 people, like you might as well just go out to eat. Because, like, there are places that offer great Thanksgiving meals, and you might as well do it. I don't know if you have a Cracker Barrel close to you, but that would be a great option.
Oh, maybe we can find one. It's just us, and yeah, there are some deals in the area, so we'll probably find that. Hey, that's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, D-Day, Denton Day, David Double D Dykstra, Max Sheedy, and the Donkster, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you go out and have a great Thanksgiving.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Yes, it is. Welcome in. Thanksgiving Eve here on the BetMGM Network, which means we are in the middle of a whole lot of action. In for Joe O and Sammy P this week, I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. There was plenty of hoops last night, both of a college and NBA variety. I shouldn't say last night. It was all day for college hoops. There's plenty of football to look ahead to with the NFL Thanksgiving and Black Friday slate, a double pick week and Survivor for most of you. We'll get into that today. Of course, I'll complain some more about the lack of respect for stuffing because we're going to power rank Thanksgiving foods because it's a Wednesday and we got to do something fun like that. Plenty to get into, including college football rivalry weekend, a whole lot going on. We'll get into the updated CFP rankings in just a moment. Somebody made a jump and things are getting a little sketchy on the bubble there, right around 10, 11, 12. But Kate, let's make a promise to each other and everyone listening. On Thanksgiving Eve, if you're over the age of, I'm going to give it 35, okay? I'm going to play it safe. You younger millennials, early 30s, you want to go out and hit it, go ahead. But Thanksgiving Eve, don't do yourself in for Thanksgiving by going out and getting crazy tonight. Just don't do it. We had a friend in a neighborhood group chat last night suggest that we should go out tonight. I was like, excuse me, we're all in our 40s. We all have kids. We don't need to do this. What are we thinking?
Chris, I'm 35. The cutoff for me was 10 years ago. Like 35 is way too old. I'm talking like after college, maybe you give yourself a couple years and you do the whole Blackout Wednesday thing. You literally go blackout with all your friends, right? That you haven't seen in forever.
Yeah.
That's fun. But no, we're way too old for this. It's switched from like, and I'm not this person, and I don't think I will ever be this person, but it switched from going out Wednesday night to doing like the turkey trots on Thursday morning.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you never did those when you came home from college because you were going to be hungover. Those are, and I think people who do turkey trots are insane to get up and, run that early. But like, that's where you need to, if you're still like those late 20s, early 30s, and you're still doing the Wednesday night thing, start, just put the idea in the back of your mind that maybe you need to become a turkey trot Thursday morning person.
Yeah, some reevaluations need to be made.
Yeah.
In our early 20s, we could go out Wednesday night. We could get up and play in the Turkey Bowl on Thursday morning.
Right.
And we'd get through it just fine. We ain't
Get a
those
Bloody
people
Mary
anymore.
after the game before the food, and you're good.
You're smashing beers in between plays of your Turkey Bowl. You're like, yeah, let's get right back on the horse. We're not those people anymore.
No.
Take it easy, okay? Sit around and watch sports tonight. That's what we can do. We can find some things to bet on, definitely. 9 NBA games, a full slate of college basketball as well. But let's dive into the CFP rankings. Updated again last night. 1 through 5 stay the same. Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Georgia, Texas Tech. Where we start to get a little bit of movement. Oregon's win over USC leapfrogs them from 7-6 over idle Ole Miss, who also have all the Lane Kiffin questions swirling. 8-10 remain the same. Notre Dame, Oklahoma, and Alabama. And then beyond that, obviously, you've got Miami as the ACC placeholder right now, for lack of a better way to put it, at 11. And you've got the Group of 5 team, in this case, Tulane, that placeholder there at 12. BYU actually ranked 11th. Miami actually ranked 12th. Utah 13, Vandy 14, Michigan 15. So this starts to feed into just a little bit of that narrative that we started to unwrap yesterday, Kate, about Ole Miss maybe being a little bit vulnerable. They get jumped by a team. Granted, it's a good win for Oregon, right? I'm not going to argue that. A good win over USC. And Ole Miss was idle. But it starts to feed into that narrative. And the committee, for what it's worth, yesterday on the rankings show didn't have much of an answer as to how they would evaluate Ole Miss if Lane Kiffin departs after Friday's game against Mississippi State.
So if Kiffin departs, he's not coaching in the playoffs, assuming that Ole Miss still gets there. Yeah. And the committee has said in the past, like, it can evaluate teams if a key player is injured or a coach is not there. That's what happened to Florida State a couple of years ago with Jordan Travis. Yep. I would imagine with Ole Miss kind of being on the bubble right now and maybe being a team that's already could potentially be knocked off, even if Kiffin is coaching. I think they leave Ole Miss out if Lane Kiffin is not on the sidelines. Like, it would really suck for all those players. Like, that would be awful for them. Your head coach leaves and that just kind of screws your entire season, everything you've worked for, to then be left out of the playoff. But I think it's certainly capable of happening, especially with kind of how things are a little jumbled. Like, there is talk Notre Dame could be left out. If again, this is all like such brain
the whole thing in question.
BYU.
Yes. Yeah, the reason we started to feed into it yesterday was the idea of BYU and Texas Tech meeting in the Big 12 championship, which they both each need to win games that they're heavily favored in this weekend. And then if BYU upset Texas Tech, that could create sort of a bid thief situation from the Big 12 getting 2 teams in. And yeah, I saw what you mentioned, Heather Dinich this morning on SportsCenter, talking about the idea of Notre Dame maybe getting bumped in that situation where, let's say Ole Miss doesn't lose, okay? Let's say Ole Miss holds serve against Mississippi State. Let's say Oklahoma wins. Bama wins. Let's say A&M loses and Bama gets to go to the SEC championship game, and that opens the door for, a Notre Dame bump because I think whether you like it or not, recency bias is a thing. And in a lot of cases, you see these larger wins stacking up at the end of the year, and you don't see Notre Dame playing, or you only see Notre Dame beat Stanford. Yeah, I think that may be a possibility as well.
I mean, it is certainly a possibility. I would be shocked if the committee, like, it's kind of like the committee leaving out Alabama if they have a reason to put them in. It just doesn't happen, right? Like, the committee wants Notre Dame in the playoff. I feel like they try and find a way to get them in, even if the BYU situation happens, especially with how, like, I think you mentioned this yesterday, Chris, but in the 4 games since November 1st, Notre Dame's beaten its opponents by a score of 181-42. Like, they have been dominant. They're 35-point favorites this weekend. That's a hard team to leave out, but I don't know who else you leave out then.
Yeah, I do think, and it'll be interesting to see how Pitt plays Miami this weekend, because it is a home game for Pitt. And I'm not even relating this to Miami's chances to maybe sneak into the ACC championship game or their at-large hopes or anything like that. But if Pitt should play Miami really close or even upset them at home, then that makes that win for Notre Dame look that much more impressive. Pitt sitting right now in the low 20s in the rankings.
Right.
And so that could help Notre Dame a good bit as well. That would be a dominant win over a top 20 team that a lot of us at the time went, okay, it's Pitt. Their coach said the game didn't matter anyway. But I think on paper, the committee would look at it and say, no, that's a really dominant win on the road against the top 20 team. And so that may be a saving grace for Notre Dame as well. For what it's worth, as it relates to the Ole Miss playoff odds, we told you yesterday, Ole Miss was plus 450 at BetMGM to miss the playoffs. Since last night's rankings and all of the other stuff that we've talked about, down to plus 350 at BetMGM now to miss the playoffs. So there has been a move on that number. Still a good number, I think. If you think there's a chance Ole Miss trips up due to all the Kiffin drama at Starkville on Friday, and you think maybe with some other things happening, they somehow get bounced because they've got the softest of the schedules amongst those 2-loss SEC teams, again, if they were to lose the Egg Bowl. So maybe still a chance to jump in on that if you think Ole Miss is vulnerable. We will see, I think, BYU got a game against UCF, and it's an early kick, like a 10 or 11 a.m. kick on Saturday at home. You know, you're dragging UCF up into the mountains. They're going to be gasping for breath. It's an early game. BYU could run away with that one. I want to say it's a big spread, like 13.5. I'm all over BYU in that one. But if BYU should handle their business, and like we've talked about, this is probably the first string that you pull to start to unravel the sweater. BYU beating Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game would open up this whole world of possibilities. You've also got the possibility, Kate, this was talked about by Heather Dinich on SportsCenter this morning as well. Michigan's at 15, kind of sitting there right outside the bubble, kind of barely on the bubble with Vandy and Utah. A win over Ohio State would be the best win in the country all season long for anyone. So regardless of whether Oregon lost and Michigan snuck into the Big Ten title game, I think there's a question about Michigan maybe sneaking in as well. Again, based on the committee's recency bias, and they would have a marquee win, the best win in the country all year long, if they were able to upset Ohio State at home on Saturday.
Which then you would, I mean, Ohio State would still get in the playoffs. So then you'd have potentially 3 teams in, because Michigan would have to then go on and to the Big Ten championship and win, or do you think they could be in regardless?
Well,
like,
that's my question.
Does the win over Ohio State keep them alive just in terms of they would play in the Big Ten championship, or keep them alive in terms of that would be a big enough win to put them in the playoff?
I think the committee may look at it as a big enough win to get them in at large based on how some of these other 2-loss teams shake out. Because Michigan still needs an Oregon loss to get into the Big Ten championship game, if I understand the scenario correctly. Yeah. So, could Michigan be an at-large bid into the playoff? They're plus 475 right now at BetMGM. So that's something to consider. Although if you're willing to bet Michigan to get into the playoff, you're asking for a lot more to happen probably, or at least a few more things to happen aside from them upsetting Ohio State. And the number on them against Ohio State right now on the money line is 320. So consider the options. If you think Michigan can upset Ohio State at home, plus 320 on the money line may be your bet. If you think some other dominoes could fall, maybe it's Michigan plus 475 to make the playoff. We'll get back into college football plenty throughout the show, including some projected spreads on what those CFP matchups could be based on this week's bracket coming up at the top of the third and final hour, and a look at some of those rivalry weekend spreads in the next half hour or so here on Bet Sweats. Don't forget to download us in podcast form wherever you get your podcasts: Spotify, iTunes, SoundCloud, Stitcher. Doesn't matter. Tune in. iHeartRadio, Odyssey. We're available all over the place to take with you during the drive this Thanksgiving weekend and stay up to date on everything happening. Feast week continued, Kate. We had Bama, Gonzaga, St. John's, Iowa State, all with decisive victories out in Vegas, and Michigan State and UNC, for what it's worth, against some lesser opponents down in a tournament in Fort Myers. Most impressive win, though, may have been number 7 Michigan absolutely walloping 21st ranked Auburn. They beat them by 30. They had a 28-point halftime lead. They had 6 players in double figures, including 3 off the bench, and they're going to face Gonzaga tonight. Have not seen a published line on that game yet, but Michigan looked really good.
I mean, start to finish, Michigan was just dominant. Like, Auburn was never in this game, even a couple minutes into it. It was Michigan the entire time, and that's what happens when you shoot over 50% from the field, 40% from deep, and you hold Auburn to just 35%. Like, they couldn't score, they couldn't get off good shots that they liked. It was just a good old-fashioned butt kicking by Michigan, and got to give them some confidence now going into a game against Gonzaga, who's been pretty good over the last couple of games themselves.
Yeah, Auburn's going to get St. John's today. The Red Storm favored by 5.5 as of this morning. You've also got Tennessee against Kansas. Tennessee, a huge upset win yesterday over Houston, 76-73. A full, let's see if I can do the math, 12.5 points over the total yesterday that we talked about. We talked about going under just because, hey, it's Tennessee, pace of play, all that. But these early season tournaments, sometimes teams don't necessarily play completely within the personality that we're used to them playing with.
Chris, it felt to me like the under had a chance to hit late in the second half. And then the last 5 minutes of the game, they decided to play no defense and everyone just scored every possession. It was almost like they knew that Kate Constable had the under in that game and we're just going to screw her.
Yeah.
It was not good. And I just watched. I knew the moment the tempo picked up a little bit down the stretch. I was like, yeah, Chris was right. Chris was right.
38-35 had me concerned for you at the half. I was like, ooh, this is going to have to grind in the second half. Then the way it picked up towards the end was like, eesh. NBA Cup games. And we'll get back into college basketball a little bit later as well with a full look at today's card. I mentioned St. John's, Auburn, Tennessee, Kansas, Gonzaga, Michigan, some marquee matchups we'll talk about in the third and final hour as well. NBA in-season tournament continued last night. Luka went off right from the jump. We'll talk about the Lakers win over the Clippers. Sixers got embarrassed at home. And we'll take a peek at today's NBA card as well with 9 games. Plus, we get you up to date on those Thanksgiving NFL injury reports next, right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Stacked card of NBA action tonight. 9 NBA in-season tournament games highlighted by the Pistons, who are off to a hot start, traveling to Boston. You've got a rematch of the Western Conference Finals in OKC with the T-Wolves visiting the Thunder. Can Anthony Edwards drop 40 for a third straight game? And you got the Rockets actually dogs on the road against the Golden State Warriors without Kevin Durant, though. So we'll get into those and a few others coming up in just a couple minutes. We'll get into the full Thanksgiving and Black Friday NFL slate a couple times today at the top of the hour here. So in about 40 minutes or so, Green Bay still 2.5-point dogs at Detroit. Kansas City 3-point favorites at Dallas. Cincy touchdown dogs at Baltimore without T. Higgins, without Trey Hendrickson, but Joe Burrow back, kind of important. And the Bears touchdown dogs at Philly on Black Friday afternoon. It's also a double pick week in Survivor, so we'll try to get a handle on that about an hour and 20 minutes from now here on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P. Make sure you're taking us with you wherever you're going this Thanksgiving holiday weekend inside the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and watching on YouTube, as well as the first hour on your Bally Sports Live app, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern every day on Stadium via the Bally Sports Live app. But a quick update on the injury reports for these Thanksgiving games, Kate. Josh Jacobs, we've talked a lot about Green Bay this week and their difficulties in finding any kind of consistency on offense. They were lucky enough to win against the Vikings this past Sunday because J.J. McCarthy was just he was terrible. And so I think there's still a lot of questions. They have not, at least in my opinion, recovered yet. And I don't know if you can fully recover from the loss of Tucker Kraft for the season. Josh Jacobs is key to that offense. Limited participant yesterday in practice. I would imagine they will get him out there. The question for me is still going to be, how effective can he be? Is he going to play the full game? How much trouble does that knee give him against the Lions?
Yeah, I think he needs to be on the field if you're going to back the Packers in this game. I don't know if you get another Emmanuel Wilson game where he goes for over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. I don't really see that happening against this Lions team. Like, you can't count on that. So Josh Jacobs, the news that comes down over the next 24 hours is going to be huge. I don't think it really moves the line a whole lot, if at all, having Jacobs in. But I think it would give you a whole lot more confidence betting the Packers, knowing that he's able to go. Again, like to your point, though, how healthy is he realistically going to be? That's kind of the big question up in the air that we probably won't get an answer to prior to kickoff.
Kickoff, yeah. Same difference. He'll tip the ball with his foot. There you go. Chiefs, Cowboys, I don't think any appreciable injury news to note as of yet. For that game. I mean, that's more just a question of, do the Chiefs continue to get back on the horse against this Dallas defense that has been slowly improving? Again, we'll get into that in more detail at the top of the hour. I mentioned Joe Burrow back for the Bengals. T. Higgins out in concussion protocol. Still no Trey Hendrickson. And for the Ravens, I didn't see anything on the injury report that immediately jumped out to me. Justice Hill, complimentary back to Derrick Henry, did not practice yesterday, but nothing on those Thursday games, aside from what we talked about with Josh Jacobs and the Packers, that jumps out at you right away the day before those Thanksgiving games. So we will, again, get into those games in a little bit more of a deep dive at the top of the hour, but there's plenty of NBA tonight as well. We wanted to talk just a little bit about 9 different NBA Cup games being played. In-season tournament continues tonight. I want to take a step back just real quick, though, Kate, to last night. I mentioned Luka going off against the Clippers. 24 of the 37 first quarter points scored by the Lakers were Luka Doncic. They were 6.5-point favorites against the Clippers. They took care of that. They won by 17. And Luka finished with 43, 13 assists, just a single rebound away from a triple-double. Lakers have won 5 in a row now, including 3 since LeBron jumped into the lineup. They're looking what you would expect the Lakers to look like with Luka on a heater, Austin Reeves still playing well, and now LeBron rolled back into it as well.
I mean, 24 points in the first quarter, Chris. That's the most Luka's had in a quarter or in the first quarter since becoming a Laker. Like, this is firmly Luka's team. And that's not, like, any breaking news. We've known that basically since he was traded. But, like, the volume of shots that Luka's getting up, 28 shots last night, 7 of 12 from deep. Like, the guy is playing unbelievable basketball right now. And then you pair that with Austin Reeves, who, like, dare I say, he's the number 2 right now. I mean, I know LeBron is still there, but LeBron is 40. What, 40? Is he 41? Whatever he is, he's old. Like, sorry, Chris. He's old for an NBA player.
He's
you. Still very young in life.
Appreciate
still very young in life.
Way to backpedal.
Yeah. But, like, when you have Austin Reeves playing at this high of a level too, like, this is a pretty good Lakers team. They're someone that should be at this point of the season, and I know we are very early into the season, like, less than 20 games in, but this could be a deep Western Conference playoff team.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I will say, look, I get it. It's LA. It's the holidays. Maybe you're handing the tickets off to somebody else who doesn't ordinarily go to games. I don't know. But I stayed up, as you could tell from the dark circles under my eyes, to try and watch at least the first quarter of this game last night, which didn't tip until 11:15 Eastern. What the hell are we doing?
Insane.
I get it. It's the West Coast, but, like, could you give me an extra half hour, maybe 10:30 Eastern start, maybe? Anyway, that crowd at Crypto.com Staples Center Arena, whatever the hell the place is called now, is dead at the beginning of the game. I watched a little bit of the pregame introductions, and they introduce LeBron first now, by the way, and then they roll through the rest of the lineup and they do Luka last. The first sign of life that I heard from the crowd, and they have this massive pregame introduction with highlights playing on the giant scoreboard in the middle of the court. Laker girls are dancing around, and White Stripes is blasting at like 150 decibels. And that crowd was sitting there. I saw at least half of them just looking at their phones like, oh, okay. Oh, there's going to be a basketball game? Okay, yeah, let me know when it starts. I mean, the first sign of life was when they introduced Luka. That was the first time you heard a little bit of a pop from the crowd. Lakers fans, you have Luka Doncic on your roster. He's going nuts right now. And you're getting the twilight of LeBron James' career. We can argue about how effective he may or may not be at times. Sure. Enjoy yourselves. Don't be afraid to cheer. I know it's LA and you're really cool, but it's still okay to cheer at a basketball game. I had to get that off my chest. Speaking of crowds, the crowd in Philly had to be disappointed last night. Sixers got rolled by the Magic. 144-103. And really another game that, I mean, one team was just never in. Anthony Black had a season-high career-best 31 for the Magic. The most life you saw out of the Sixers was Andre Drummond trying to start a fight at one point in the middle of the second quarter. It was just it was.
He was
bad.
literally he was squaring up. He was ready to go.
Yeah. He literally put his fists up like an old-timey 1920s boxer. Hey, come here now. It was a bad effort from the Sixers. And so that was not expected by either one of us. We'll own it. Yesterday we were on the Sixers. I was on Tyrese Maxey. That did not come anywhere close to hitting. I think he only had 4 assists, barely broke into the 20s as far as scoring goes. So a disappointing effort from the Sixers. One more I wanted to touch on before we look at tonight's card in the NBA. We had so much fun mocking the Wizards yesterday. The old one-win Wizards who were hosting the Hawks. The Wizards went off. In particular, C.J. McCollum, who had 46, Kate. 27 from Alex Sarr and 11 rebounds as well for a double-double. The Hawks lose to the Wizards in D.C. 4-1 on the money line, the Wizards yesterday, and it wasn't really in question. They ended up running away and winning by 19.
Hindsight 2020, right? Always. But after we got done with that segment, I kind of thought to myself, the Wizards are going to win tonight. This is the spot. We just trashed the Wizards. Of course they're going to go on and win tonight.
Of course.
Okay, credit to the Wizards, CJ McCollum. I mean, we even said yesterday, they have some good players in CJ McCollum and Chris Middleton, but they've done nothing this season. McCollum hears that. He goes off for 46. They hit 19 threes overall. Now we fade the Wizards. Can they win 2 in a row? Probably not. This was a great win, and their next game is going to be a letdown. They're like, yep, we got one. We played really great. I don't have faith in the Wizards going forward, but I will give them their flowers for a good win in a NBA Cup game against the Atlanta Hawks without Trae Young.
There you go. You just got you got to eat it sometimes, and we ate it on that one. We'll get into college football rivalry weekend in just a moment, but tonight's NBA card, again, these are in-season tournament NBA Cup games, all 9 of them on the NBA slate tonight. Some really interesting matchups. You've got the Pistons at the Celtics. Pistons 2.5-point favorites. You got the T-Wolves at the Thunder as 8.5-point dogs in a Western Conference Finals rematch. Rockets 2.5-point dogs at Golden State without KD in the lineup again. Which game, if any, or maybe a couple, jumps off the card at you tonight, Kate?
You know what, Chris? This is an ugly game, but I like the Raptors tonight. They're laying a big number, 10.5. But this Pacers team has just been so bad this year, and the Raptors have been playing really well. They also play really well at home. I just think this is a spot where you continue to back a team that's been extremely hot and has a ton of momentum versus a Pacers team that, we make fun of the Wizards, but the Pacers also only have 2 wins. They're 0-9 away from home. This is a spot where I'm going Raptors all the way. And then I like the Warriors tonight. They have not been great in cup games at all, but they've won 6 of their 7 games on their home floor. It's a short number, 2.5. No Durant, so that takes away the top scorer for the Rockets. And you also have Adams and Eason that are out too. And those are not massive names or big time scorers, but they're role players that do eat up some minutes, are good on the boards, and you can take those 2 out, and that opens things up a little bit more for Golden State. Plus, I mean, Steph's coming off a massive game. And I also think you could play the over in this one too, because both of these teams are 1-2 in cup play. And so they're fighting for their lives. It's likely they're not going to make it out of their group, but the point differential matters. And so for some of these teams that are down in that category, I think the scoring just continues all night at a high rate. So over in Golden State and the Warriors -2.5.
Houston has won 6 of 11, 11 of 17 since opening the season by losing their first 2. But again, as you mentioned, Kate, no Kevin Durant. Steph Curry, 31 against Utah last time out, 38 in a loss against Portland, 34 at Orlando. We'll see if he can go for 30 again. That would be 4 in a row for him. Mentioned Detroit at Boston. Celtics have won 4 of their last 5 to kind of right the ship just a little bit. But the difference here is that the Celtics have absolutely nobody rebounding the ball. And I think that's a concern against a Pistons team that rebounds pretty well. I think they're 7th in the league right now in rebounding. Detroit is. So if I had to lean one way or another, it would be Pistons laying just 2.5 at the Celtics tonight. The game that's most interesting to me, it's the middle part of this NBA triple header here on Thanksgiving Eve, is the Western Conference Finals rematch. T-Wolves getting 8.5 at OKC, and you go, wow, that's a big number. Well, OKC's been on fire to start the season. Minnesota's lost 2 in a row. This is the final game of a 3-game road trip for them. But in the first 2 in those losses, Anthony Edwards has gone 40-plus in each of them. And they were tight games. They only lost by 1 at Phoenix. They lost by 5 in overtime at Sacramento. I go back and forth on this one because it is a bigger number. I don't know if I want to sit around and wait for it to maybe push to 9 if we can get there. As I mentioned, Oklahoma City has won 9 in a row, none by fewer than 13. They've all been routes. They're averaging over their last 9 games, Kate, the Thunder, a 22-point margin of victory. So that explains the number. Part of me wants to go with the T-Wolves to break the losing streak, win the final game on the road trip before Thanksgiving. Edwards goes off again. I just don't know if 8.5 is enough to get me there. That sounds silly in a rematch of the conference finals, but I just don't know if it's enough.
No, I get that, especially with the Wolves coming off an overtime game too. Like that is less than ideal, having to play extra minutes there. I will say I do like backing road teams more so, and I know I just took 2 home teams, but in games like before Thanksgiving, because you have to imagine Thunder players, they're at home, have all their people coming into town, they're busy, they're planning their Thanksgiving, whatever. There's just more distractions. Still, the Thunder have been so dominant, I'm staying off this game altogether.
Yeah, I might wait around for some Anthony Edwards props to get posted, maybe sprinkle those in during Lightning Bets at the end of the show. Top of the hour, back into the Thanksgiving and Black Friday NFL slate. But coming up next, rivalry weekend in college football. We go inside the Egg Bowl, the Lone Star Showdown, clean old-fashioned hate in Atlanta, and the game in Ann Arbor on Saturday. All next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
All here for the drama of college football, especially in the SEC and around the country, really, on rivalry weekend. Egg Bowl, clean old-fashioned hate, Lone Star Showdown, the game. When the games get their own names, Kate, you know that they're really important. You know that people, regardless of the team's records, just want to beat the other side. And we got a handful of games like that this weekend, all of them massive for CFP implications as well. We'll get into those in just a moment here on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. If you've missed anything in the first hour, you can always rewind inside your Odyssey app and get caught up. Well, maybe you're making that trip this morning, wherever you're going. Maybe you're just hanging out. Maybe you got some work to finish up before you sneak out of the office early. Whatever it is, we got you here, as in 20 minutes, we'll take a dive into the Thanksgiving and Black Friday NFL slate. Packers, Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys, Bengals, Ravens, and Bears, Eagles. Plus, I mean, I've done enough whining about Thanksgiving food this week for an entire month's worth of shows. Doesn't matter. We'll do more. We will power rank our favorite Thanksgiving foods in 40 minutes from now here on Bet Sweats. But the drama won't stop. And I'm not just talking about the games themselves and the rivalries. I saw a great column this morning, Kate, from Matt Hayes of USA Today. And he flipped this whole Lane Kiffin Ole Miss thing kind of on its head just a little bit. And he said, really, Ole Miss, you're going to do this. First of all, you're going to force Lane Kiffin to make his decision before the CFP, right? And then if he makes the decision to leave for LSU or maybe Florida, because those are SEC teams, you're going to tell him, get out. It's going to be like when you quit a job and give them 2 weeks notice and they're like, nope, you get out now, pack up your things and go. His point is more along the lines of, you're Ole Miss. This is the best and most relevant you've been since the Eli Manning years, right? Why not just let Lane coach out the rest of the string, especially if you make it into the CFP? Obviously, you handle Mississippi State. See if you can't put together a magical run for this team. And, okay, it's an interesting argument that I can get on board with in some respects, but I also think it would open the door for, what do we love about college football, especially Lane Kiffin, more drama. What if Ole Miss decided to keep Lane Kiffin around, despite whatever his decision may be, through the CFP, and Ole Miss did go on a run? And Lane Kiffin, despite most of the world knowing that he were headed to LSU or Florida, were allowed to coach Ole Miss to like a national championship game appearance, were that to happen. That would be just as interesting to me, and I think would open the door for what would be a classic Lane Kiffin move to maybe go on a run with Ole Miss and then somehow try to back out of accepting a job at LSU or Florida, which would be hilarious to me.
That would be the most Lane Kiffin move of all time.
Ever.
Like, no one brings the drama more than Lane Kiffin. And, like, for all of the quotes in the media he's had this year, trolling his daughter's boyfriend on LSU, all the stuff that we've had, talking trash to other players, like, that would be the cherry on top to it all. I don't know why Ole Miss is forcing him to make a decision. The jobs are still going to be available for Kiffin after the playoffs. Like, no one, the entire college football world is waiting for Kiffin to make his move before anyone hires anyone else. Like, it's not like Kiffin's on the clock where LSU's going to make an offer to someone else. Like, they're going to wait for Kiffin to make his decision. And maybe that's Ole Miss trying to put some pressure on Kiffin to stay. But if you're Lane Kiffin, like, I would try and, if maybe he has, push to make your decision after the playoffs, right? Like,
yeah, I'd be curious to know how much pressure is coming from whichever job he may be this close to accepting, at LSU, or, like I said, outside shot at Florida. If either of those administrations are putting a push on him to say, listen, we've got the portal, we've got all kinds of recruits that need to be secured. We need you to lock this up in December. We need it to be done. And is that creating this pressure as much as anything else. It's the drama of college football, especially with the ridiculous timeline of coach searches and recruiting and transfer portal all happening at the same time as the playoffs. Like, at some point, we need to get in college football to a world where everyone can agree, since there's no governing body that actually does anything effective. Looking at you, NCAA, we need somebody to look around and be the adult in the room and say, listen, no more portal in December. Recruiting and all that, we're going to wait until after we push through the playoff. Maybe much like the NFL, where they have a limitation on how much or how you can interview coordinators and assistant coaches during the NFL playoffs. And you can't bring them in for interviews until, say, conference championship weekend. Maybe in the college road, it could be, listen, you can virtually interview guys, or you can talk to them, but you can't actually interview them until, I don't know, the semifinal round. Whatever it may be, somebody needs to do a better job of getting the guardrails around this thing so that we're not routinely every December, late November, early December, going through things like, well, the Lane Kiffin drama.
Yeah, I guess the December portal, I forgot about that. That forces the decision to happen early because recruits want to know who their next coach is going to be. I mean, I just wonder how distracting, or what type of distraction this has put on the players for Ole Miss. Like, that's my handicap in this game against Mississippi State, is what's the distraction level like for Ole Miss? They should be able to go out and beat a Mississippi State team by over a touchdown, but you wonder the intangible part of all of this that, you can't exactly account for in the season-long stats and any numbers or metrics you want to weigh against each other for either team. For me, it's more of like, how locked in is this Ole Miss team? Do they feel like they're supported from Lane Kiffin still? Do they feel like he's already out the door? Those are the types of things that I would want to know before betting this game. Obviously, still, like, college football playoff implications for Ole Miss, so you'd imagine that they would be playing their best football, but those types of distractions for college-age kids can kind of derail things.
Yeah, because as a player, especially if you're a player of consequence, if you have a feeling that your head coach, who you may have an attachment to, is leaving, well, all of a sudden that opens your eyes to the possibility of leaving as well. And so, and that keeps you from being as focused at practice or in meetings or whatever it may be. So look, this thing is not going to push north of the 7.5 that Ole Miss is currently laying. We are locked in on that number. I don't think we'll come back down from 7. Now, again, Mississippi State has been frisky at times this year. They took Texas to the wire. They had a battle against Tennessee, but I think this is just a different level of talent. If it were less than 7, if you could get me to 6.5, I'd comfortably lay it with Ole Miss, but that's not going to happen. If you're laying that 7.5 with Ole Miss, you're hoping and praying, which I don't think you ever want to do when you're betting, but you do you, boo. You're hoping and praying that Ole Miss is truly focused and locked in on this game. And look, maybe if they're not, they still cover 7.5, just again, because they are that much more talented than the Bulldogs. But I'm just not willing to bet on it not being a massive distraction.
What do you think about the total? 62.5 feels high. And I know Ole Miss their offense can go off pretty quickly.
Yeah, Ole Miss can go off. Mississippi State hasn't given up fewer than 35 in the last month. And I mean, they gave up 35 to Arkansas. They gave up 49 to Missouri. So 41 to Georgia, 45 to Texas. I think only once. Hold on, I'm going back and checking. They've given up fewer than 35 just once in conference, I believe it is. Twice. They lost 31-9 to Texas A&M. So the Mississippi State defense, I think, has a good chance it could unravel at some point, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see them hang points in this game.
Yeah, and I suppose if you're Ole Miss, you're going to want to put up as many points as possible and make a statement.
Yep.
So you're not taking your foot off the gas, even if you are up big. Not that Lane Kiffin ever does that.
True. Yeah. So all the drama and everything else that goes into that game makes it the most interesting one of the weekend, perhaps. Noon on Friday in Starkville, Mississippi. We've also got Georgia Tech. The Dogs laying 13.5 in what is a road game. I'm making air quotes with my fingers if you're listening, not watching, because Georgia Tech is playing a home game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which is basically a home away from home for Georgia. I think they're totally deflated, have to be the Yellow Jackets after the loss to Pitt last weekend. This feels like Georgia big. Just, you talk about wanting to make statements as well. This is an opportunity for Georgia to make a statement going into the CFP.
What Georgia Tech is playing for right now is a better bowl game, if anything. Like, their season's over. Their season ended last week against Pitt. I have no interest in backing Georgia Tech. A bunch of players that are probably deflated after that loss. Georgia maybe wanting to build a little momentum going into SEC. Chris, help me. Georgia's playing in the SEC champion. Alabama's in the SEC championship. Georgia's not in right now.
No, Georgia's in right now. Georgia's in right now against
Bama,
A&M.
unless anything crazy happens.
Well, I mean, Bama could sneak in. Yes, Bama could sneak into the SEC championship game. But right now, we're talking Georgia A&M. So, look.
Right, A&M. Okay.
I just don't think Georgia Tech, like I said, it has to be totally deflated. 13.5, a big number. But again, worth keeping an eye on. A&M and Texas, the other team that'll be in the SEC championship game, if they win, A&M undefeated right now, and Texas has just been a totally different team at home, Kate, and that's what has me concerned. I think that's why this line is only sitting at 2.5 in favor of the Aggies.
And Arch has been better over the last couple of games. Like, Arch has gotten better as the season has gone on. I am scared with the short number, even for Texas A&M. I could see Texas upsetting them. Am I going to take Texas on the money line? Plus 110? Probably not. I'd rather just take the points at minus 115. I don't know. Or just stay off that game. But I'm a little nervous for A&M.
Yeah, we'll get into the game. Ohio State, Michigan coming up just a little bit later. But we got to get back into those Thanksgiving and Black Friday NFL games. Packers only getting 2.5 on the road at Detroit. We'll get into that one. Plus, can the Chiefs continue to move things forward in a positive note at Dallas, whose defense has bounced back? All of that next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
It is the most wonderful time of the year, arguably, for football fans. We just got done talking about some of those college football rivalry games that have a huge impact on the CFP a moment ago. And now it's time to pivot towards the Thanksgiving Day games. A full day of turkey, which, by the way, we will power rank our favorite Thanksgiving foods coming up in 20 minutes. You know what my number one is. Where's it go from there? I don't know. It's part of the fun. NFL Survivor, with it being a double pick week as well, is an important part of what's going on over the next few days. If you're still alive, we'll get into that in about 40 minutes as well. But a full day of football tomorrow. You got a Black Friday game included as well in Philly between the Bears and the Eagles alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, here to get you ready for all of them here on Bet Sweats, in for Joe O and Sammy P. Let's start in Detroit, Kate. We've talked about this game multiple times already this week, and I hate to make things any more simplified than they need to be, but I think we've both come around to the idea that 2.5 is probably too short on this one for each of us. Lions favored by 2.5 at home against the Packers. I don't know if that's a bunch of people in the market being scared off by the Lions' battle with the Giants last week that had to go to overtime. I don't know if that's too much of a belief in the Packers. I don't know if that's weighted based on their week one matchup with which the Packers handled, granted, at Lambeau. You could take all those things into consideration, I think, and I still come back around to, this is the Lions at home against a secondary that I still have some questions about, regardless of how good the pass rush may be for Green Bay. And the Lions at home. I'll just rattle off the point totals in home games for the Lions. 52, 34, 24 against Tampa. Only 24 against the Vikings in what was a weird loss, a little bit of an anomaly. 34 against the Giants. The Lions at home are a different animal. They are 7-4 this year, but 2 of those losses came on the road on grass, which is a large variable for this Lions team. It just is. So I still like the Lions, especially if I'm laying less than a field goal. I don't know if I can be talked off of this.
Chris, there are some lines I look at and I'm like, that is a really fishy line. And then there are other lines that I look at that I just say that line's just flat out wrong. And that's what it feels like with this one. And I don't blame the books. Like, if you put a 3.5 out there, people are going to gobble that up with the Packers. Like, this is still a division game on national TV. Like, the Packers defense is still very good. So, like, you can't really make this. Maybe you can make it 3, and maybe it does go to 3 before kickoff. But I think 2.5, you have to lay it with the Lions. I actually like the fact that they struggled a little bit against the Giants last week, because Dan Campbell, the ultimate motivator in the NFL, like, he knows how to rally his players after even though it was a win, it was somewhat of a poor performance all around. I know Jahmyr Gibbs went absolutely off, but the way the run game is looking for the Lions right now, you just rattled off all the points that they score at home, like their offense gets going. I think this is a spot where you have to back Detroit at -2.5 under a field goal.
So here's a question for you, and an exercise I think that's important to go through with just about 24 hours to go until kickoff. You mentioned 3.5. 3.5 would be a completely different animal if we're talking about this game. We're not going to get there. But with the way the 2.5 is juiced right now, there is a possibility we could get to 3 before kickoff tomorrow afternoon. This is the 1 p.m. game. So again, we're just a little more than 24 hours away from kickoff. If this got to 3, would you be willing to buy the Packers?
No.
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 It's got to be the hook.
Still no. No. Got to be the hook. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Chris, I wouldn't be shocked if the Lions won this by a touchdown. And not to say that, like, they're that much better than this Packers team, but I just like the spot for the Lions, too. Being at home, You already lost to the Packers once this season. You kind of got embarrassed in that first game of the year, and it had everyone questioning whether the Lions were legit. Like, Dan Campbell's going to go back to that game and talk to his team about that for sure. He struggled against a Jameis Winston-led Giants team last week. Like, Giants team. This Lions team is not like it's it's playing its best football right now and can take any game for granted. And, like they're going to be ultra focused in this one.
Yeah, I tend to side with you. I would even, it would probably be against my better judgment, but I would even lay the 3.5 if it were to get there. It's not going to, but I'm totally comfortable with Detroit in this situation. The afternoon game in Dallas, the Chiefs visiting the Cowboys. At BetMGM, it is still 3 minus 115. Chiefs -3 minus 115. There's a couple minus 120s on the 3-point spread out there as well, which is why some books have gone to 3.5, although that 3.5 is heavily juiced on the Cowboys side if you get the hook. This is another one where we're playing around with a field goal here, obviously a key number, but here's the thing. I don't know if I take a side in this one or I take a step back and go, wait, the total's at 52. The Dallas defense, I understand, has improved somewhat in the last few weeks, but this is still the Chiefs. This is still, we would presume, we're going to have Worthy. We're going to have Rice. The Chiefs found a bit of a running game last week. First 100-yard rusher of the year. Kareem Hunt had to carry it 30 times, I think, to get there. But that was my biggest question mark for the Chiefs over this past month or so when we've been questioning whether they can work their way back into the AFC playoff picture was, can they find some balance on offense so that teams can't tee off on Patrick Mahomes? And I think they've started to find it just a little bit. And again, the Cowboys, as much as they may have improved a bit over the last few weeks, especially against the run, I think it's an opportunity for Andy Reid and the Chiefs to go in there with a balanced attack, lean on the run game a little bit more than we've seen from them at any point this year. I don't know if I'm comfortable laying, certainly not comfortable laying 3.5, maybe the 3. I look more at the total, and I think I go over the 52 in Chiefs-Cowboys.
That's where I would go with this one as well. The Cowboys have given up an average of 29 points per game in their 5 home games this year. And all of a sudden you have a Chiefs offense that has some confidence after how they played last week. I also wonder, this is what's keeping me off the side is do the Chiefs, they saw one go through the hoop last week. You use that analogy a lot in basketball, any shooter, you just need to see one go in. And maybe that was that for the Chiefs. But at the same time, a lot of emotional toll having to come back from down like they did against the Colts. You could also say the same thing against the Cowboys. They had to come back from down big against the Eagles last week. So that kind of balances the playing field a little bit. I lean towards the Chiefs laying the points. I think this Kansas City team is going to be a different Chiefs team than we saw through the first, what are we at, week 12 weeks of the season, where this last stretch is going to be just a dominant Patrick Mahomes. And you have a Cowboys defense that I think people are maybe overvaluing right now based on their last 2 performances, but you get a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes in there, and I think he can kind of carve that defense up a little bit, kind of reverting them back to what we saw earlier in the season.
Yeah, I think it's a good point about the overreaction to the Cowboys defense maybe finding their sea legs a little bit because there was nowhere to go but up. And so any even incremental improvement can get a little bit overblown in people's minds. I tend to side with you. If I had to lean one way or the other, it would be Kansas City, but I think the play is going to be on the over tomorrow in Dallas. Cincy, Baltimore, this is a massive game for a lot of reasons. Baltimore has fought and scratched and clawed their way back to the top of the AFC North. They've had a good bit of help from an inconsistent Steelers team, but they find themselves back firmly in the playoff picture and now controlling their own destiny atop the AFC North. The Bengals, though, obviously getting Joe Burrow back. There are some 6.5s out there, which if I was feeling okay about the Ravens in this one, I might consider laying 6.5 because there is a question about the Joe Burrow rust factor. There is a question about T. Higgins being out. And the Bengals defense is still, newsflash, still the Bengals defense and possibly one of the worst of the last quarter century. So you roll all that up and stack it against a Ravens offense that hasn't been able to find a ton of consistency. I think that's the push-pull here, Not so much can Burrow go out there and look like Burrow. I think Burrow can. It's, can the Ravens find some consistency on offense? They just haven't been able to. They were in a dogfight with the Jets for the first half last week at home. So if I had to go one side or the other, I lean Cincy +7. It's juiced in a couple spots. Not a terrible number. Maybe it ends in a push. I don't think we get to 7.5, though, before kick tomorrow night.
I like the Bengals +7. The Joe Burrow factor could go either way. Like, either he could be extremely rusty and this could all be for nothing, basically him coming back, or he could absolutely ball out and be the Joe Burrow that throws 3 or 4 touchdown passes in this game. I kind of like the over more so in this one, Chris. I know you talked about the Ravens Ravens offense rather being shaky and inconsistent, but if they could get to if they could get to 27 points, like, I would imagine the Bengals, and against this Bengals defense, I think they could. I would imagine the Bengals with Joe Burrow back are going to be able to put up a couple touchdowns as well and do their part in getting over this number. So 51.5 feels, I don't want to say too low, but I would only lean towards the over and certainly not an under here with the Bengals defense being what it is. And honestly, like, of all quarterbacks coming back, like, Joe Burrow's kind of a psycho, and I kind of like that. Like, I think the guy's just a weird guy. Like, did you see his press conference yesterday? He's got the headband in. He looks like he's just like lived in a cave for the last couple months. Like,
he tweeted out a picture or put it up on Instagram the other day of him in his old Cavs jersey when he was in, I guess, high school.
Like, it's just weird. It's weird, but I like that in a quarterback. And I trust Joe Burrow more than I trust most quarterbacks, even if he hasn't played since week 2.
I will say this, too. Baltimore's run defense, which we usually think of as pretty stout, is middle of the pack this year. And Chase Brown, despite the Bengals being on this 4-game losing streak, in 3 of their last 5 games has gone for just about 100 yards. 107 against the Patriots, 99 against the Steelers in a loss, and 108 3 weeks before that against the Steelers as well. Now, you could look at that and say, Steelers run defense has been poop most of the year. I'm not sure if I'm banking on Chase Brown doing that again. But if you're talking about not asking Joe Burrow to go out and win the game, I think if Zach Taylor has any brains whatsoever, he's not going to ask Joe Burrow to drop back and throw it 40, 45 times. He's going to look for more balance on offense, especially given that they do believe in Chase Brown as a breakout. He's caught a lot of footballs over the last few weeks as well. Against the Bears a couple of weeks ago, he had 14 targets, ended with 8 catches for 75 yards. Chase Brown props may definitely be a look when we get to playing this game. The over might not be a bad idea with the total sitting at 51.5, though. You might pull me in that direction despite the Ravens' struggles on offense. Black Friday afternoon in Philly. Bears getting 7 at the Eagles. The Bears are 8-3, and everyone's looking around going, wait, the Chicago Bears? Yes, the Bears are 8-3. You can argue about who they've beaten all you want, but they're 8-3, and the Eagles are coming off the psychic bruise of blowing a 21-point lead at Dallas. Who knows what's happening, what's being said in that locker room right now. Saquon Barkley still hasn't gotten on track this year. If you could get me to 7.5, I'd feel really good. I don't think we're going to get there. I think if you want the Bears, you're going to have to take the 7. And if I'm on the Eagles side, if I think they take care of this one at home, I still can't lay 7. I think it's going to be uncomfortably close for Philly.
I don't want to bet the Bears in this game at all, but I think I have to.
But you're going to.
Like, I think you have to, because we say it every week that, like, how are the Bears continuing to win these games? It's a fourth quarter, last, 2-minute drive to win. Like, can that be sustainable? And the answer is no. And the Bears offense has been inconsistent at times, but this Eagles team, they all hate each other on offense. Like, Jalen Hurts just came out the other day and said, like, we have some serious problems in the locker room. Like, that doesn't give me confidence in betting the Eagles. If anything, I would look towards Saquon props. I know he has not been the Saquon that we saw last year, and certainly not even anything close. But after the fumble in the Cowboys game, you're going up against a bottom 10 run defense in the Bears that is missing a ton of, some of their top linebackers in that second level. That's what concerns me the most. So this is probably a game where I look more towards props than anything else. But I do think the touchdown is a lot. I'll hesitantly look at the Bears +7.
I want to see if the Bears can force turnovers against Philly too. It's been their specialty, as you mentioned, all year long. It's been the key to them winning games. Philly, best in the league in the giveaway department. They've only given away the ball 6 times this year. If the Bears can't force those turnovers, for example, as they did last week and they've done in other weeks this year, how does that affect what Philly's able to do and maybe getting Saquon on track? We'll get into those games again in about 25 minutes when we look at the survivor markets, a double pick week. But coming up next, food. It's Thanksgiving. What else did we talk about? It's Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
20 minutes from now, we get back into the NFL slate this weekend. In particular, the fact that it's a double pick week in Survivor. You got your Thursday, Friday games. You got your Sunday, Monday games. So got to have two different angles maybe. We'll give you some of the numbers that are out there on who's being used by others, how many of those teams are still available. All coming up in 20 minutes. Top of the hour, back into college football. Projected spreads for what would be the matchups after this week's CFP rankings. We will take a look at them, see what we think about them, and if they make sense. Plenty of basketball today, again, during Feast Week as well. Big games out in Vegas between St. John's and Auburn, Tennessee and Kansas, Gonzaga and Michigan. We'll touch on each of those before we get you to our favorite plays of the day, lightning bets to wrap up the show. But, Kate, I've done plenty of whining and complaining this week about stuffing and the lack of respect for stuffing, dressing, if you want to call it that. I know our video producer, Brian Gerch, is very firm in his stand that you cannot call it stuffing if it's not actually shoved into the bird to be cooked. So stuffing, dressing, did that sound weird? Shoving the stuffing into the turkey.
Chris, in my 35 years, I didn't know the difference between stuffing and dressing. I just thought some people called it dressing, some people called it stuffing. I learned something new this week.
Stovetop can market that stuff in the box as stuffing all they want. If you don't actually shove it into the cavity of the bird, it ain't stuffing. So, as uncomfortable as that sounds, I've done plenty of ranting and raving about my love for stuffing this week. And we thought, well, what the hell? There's lots of great food this time of year at Thanksgiving. So it's a Wednesday here on Bet Sweats. That means we got to power rank something. Let's power rank our favorite Thanksgiving foods and get everybody prepared for tomorrow. Kate, I will let you go first.
All right, Chris. We'll start with 5 and work our way to 1, if that's cool,
Yes.
Gerch. Number 5 for me, it's the turkey. You have to have turkey on Thanksgiving. It's not that great. It certainly is not taking up a whole lot of real estate on the plate. That's for sure. So turkey, it's a must, but it's nothing special.
It is the Kirk
number
Cousins
4.
of Thanksgiving foods, if we're being honest. You need
really is.
an effective veteran backup quarterback, right? But you spend way too much of your time, energy, and resources on preparing it compared to what it actually ends up tasting like. It's that guaranteed money to Kirk Cousins if you're the Atlanta Falcons. That's what turkey is.
That is a perfect analogy for turkey. Those spending way too much money on it, the capital, the interest you put in on the day. Yeah. All right, number 4, I'm going to go corn. This is a side, but this is necessary because you need to mix this in. Like, I like the mashed potatoes with a little gravy with a little corn mixed in. I don't go full mix, but I do like, a scoop on the fork of the mashed potatoes, a little bit of corn, a little bit of gravy, and do it that way. Full mix is absolutely insane.
No, if you're doing the full mix, disgusting. You're either 3 years old or a lunatic.
Yeah.
That's
fair. Those are the only 2 options. Here is something that 3-year-olds also eat, Chris. My mom, I don't know if a whole lot of people have this, but my mom has made this every year since I've been born. Sweet potato puree. It's essentially baby food, right?
Yeah.
It's basically mashed potatoes, but sweet potatoes in mashed potato form. And you put like 7 sticks of butter in it. So it's just like the best. So that's a Constable staple that has to make my list, and it's pretty dang good.
Can we acknowledge that sweet potatoes in general, sorry, Kate, sweet potatoes in general would be nothing without copious amounts of butter. I don't care if it's a baked sweet potato. I don't care if it's like cut up sweet potato cubes roasted in the oven or the air fryer. I don't care if it's your sweet potato puree that Mrs. Constable makes every year for Thanksgiving. Without massive amounts of butter, it's disgusting.
Right. And I think maybe there's even a little brown sugar mixed in there.
Oh, yeah.
This is a weird story, but my mail lady, so I live in Chicago. I live in a high rise. Yeah. We have like a mail receiving room, right? So I go to pick up my packages the other day, and it smells really nice in the mailroom. And my mail lady, love her, She's making sweet potatoes in the back. So she
at work in the mailroom, she's making sweet potatoes. That's amazing.
So she hands me a sweet potato and she's like, "Here, try it." It was just a dry baked sweet potato. What are we doing?
Yeah.
I can't eat that.
Bonus points. I know some people that do the marshmallows on top.
No, it's absolutely not. No. That brings a whole different taste, a whole different flavor. Hard pass on the marshmallows on top.
Well, we're not friends anymore.
Yeah, apparently. Well, we might not be friends after this one, Chris, because number 2, I'm going stuffing. I know we talked about this a ton, and I do think stuffing is phenomenal. But if there's one thing I have to have on my Thanksgiving plate, it's mashed potatoes. And I make them every year, and they're phenomenal. So and maybe that's a little biased because I do make them every year.
Yeah.
But mashed potatoes has to trump stuffing for me. Mashed potatoes just feels like a Thanksgiving. Well, I suppose stuffing does too, because literally you only eat it on Thanksgiving, like we've talked about. But I have to. I mean, that's my college football playoff ranking right there.
Wow.
Mashed potatoes over stuffing.
You just pulled a CFP committee. You basically said, well, we just like this one better than the other. So for reasons that don't really make sense, we're going to make it number 1.
No rhyme or reason. Wow. We just, the strength of schedule for mashed potatoes over the course of my life has been a little bit stronger than stuffing.
Well, mashed potatoes show up more often. They're not seasonal. True. They don't come around all the time, which is not stuffing's fault. Damn it. The disrespect for stuffing continues. All right. So Kate's got mashed potatoes 1, stuffing 2, sweet potato puree number 3, corn number 4, turkey number 5. I will start in a similar way at number 5 with turkey, but not any part of the turkey. It's got to be the dark meat. The dark meat is the only part of the bird that retains any moisture whatsoever. White meat, you may as well be eating sawdust. And there are going to be people out there that jump into the chat and the comments and go, well, you just don't know how to make turkey. No, it's turkey. The white meat, the breast meat is, I don't care. You could baste it every 5 minutes. You could work on it all day. It's not going to come out as good as the dark meat. I mentioned it yesterday. There is nothing better than waking up on Friday or Saturday and there's still a turkey leg left over, and I pull it out of the fridge and I just walk around my living room like a damn Viking, biting pieces of dark meat off, watching college football. The best part of the bird is the dark meat, and so that comes in at number 5. Now,
Chris, also 4. The dark meat the next day is still moist. Like that's the good part of the bird the next day too, because if the breast meat is going to be dry on Thanksgiving, it's going to be extra dry on Friday.
Yeah, think about what you got to do to that leftover white meat to make it edible for leftovers. Like, I'll put it between a couple pieces of toast or bread, but I got to slather it in mayo and there's just too much work. It's white meat. It has no moisture. It's sawdust.
Yep, I'm with you.
Number 4, pie. And I'm being very general here for a reason when I mention pie as number 4 at Thanksgiving, because there really could be a ranking within a ranking here. And I could tell you how pumpkin is number 1. Don't at me, bro. Number 2, pecan pie, a good pecan pie. My God. I won't eat anything else on Thanksgiving if there's a good pecan pie around. Number 3, apple. There are other pies worth considering, and I can tell by the disgusted look on your face, Kate, that you don't agree with this whatsoever, but pie belongs at number 4.
Pie is a Thanksgiving staple, so I understand having it on there. I do not understand people that like pecan pie. You're basically eating like almond pie.
No, they're pecans. See, you haven't had it done right. I'm gonna do that thing that I just complained about people saying about turkey, and I'm gonna say you just haven't had pecan pie done right.
Which is probably right, because I have never been attracted to pecan pie. Like, that just doesn't sound good to me. If there are other like sweet desserts, I will always take that over. So I maybe only had a couple bites of pecan pie in my entire life. So I probably haven't had it right, but like also it just doesn't sound good. Same with pumpkin pie.
Got it. Now you're just being blasphemous and anti-American if you're going to talk crap on
apple
pumpkin
pie. I could get on board with, like blueberry. There's some sweetness to it, but like if I do pumpkin pie, you got to get like a little whipped cream or ice cream on the side, and I'll eat it like that. But eating it plain pumpkin pie or plain pecan pie is crazy.
Again, with leftovers being such a crucial part of Thanksgiving food, I will happily walk to the fridge on Friday morning or Saturday morning and literally just grab a slice of pumpkin pie with my bare hand and walk around eating it with a cup of coffee for breakfast.
You sound like a real treat on the day after Thanksgiving, Chris. You've got the turkey leg in one
like
hand.
A slob, Chris. Why are you walking around eating food barehanded around your house?
No utensils. Like, your house must just be a disaster.
Now you know why my wife has to clean constantly, because I'm a pig. Okay, so pie is number 4. Number 3 has to be mac and cheese. And none of this Kraft mac and cheese crap. You got to get a good mac and cheese. Maybe even some breadcrumb crust or something on top. No potato chip crust. That's just half-assed. A good breadcrumb crust on top of the mac and cheese retains the moisture underneath, lots of cheesiness, a good crunchy crust on top to give it some texture. You got to have mac and cheese at Thanksgiving dinner as well. That's number 3. Number 2, I will agree with you, Kate Constable, that you've got to have mashed potatoes. Yeah. It's like having a get-back coach on the sideline. It makes sure nothing gets out of control. The corn falls into it, the gravy, everything. And mashed potatoes is the locker room guy. It's the glue guy. He walks in, everybody listens, and everybody goes out there because they want to win one for mashed potatoes. So mashed potatoes is worthy of the number 2. I will agree there. It belongs very high in the power rankings. But number
Chris,
1.
You're kind of on fire with analogies.
I really am.
Your Thanksgiving to football analogies have been spot on.
I don't know where it's come from. I don't know. But it's I am. I'm rolling with it. Number 1, I mean, I've said this all week. Stuffing, dressing, however you do it. I don't care if you do it in the bird. I don't care if you do it out of the bird. It should be a year-round side dish. There's no reason, people, I'm going to look you dead in the eye, America, right now and tell you, there's no reason we should disrespect stuffing the way that we do. Stuffing should be served year-round. I don't care if you're at a cookout on the 4th of July. I don't care if it's Labor Day and you're hanging out with some friends, playing cornhole at a tailgate. I don't care. There is always room for stuffing. So please pay stuffing, dressing, whatever you want to call it, the respect it is due. Give it more love. Half of my plate will be stuffing tomorrow, Kate. I cannot wait. And then I'll go back for seconds because there's never any leftover stuffing. That's the one thing. We talk about leftovers at Thanksgiving. What is the one item that you almost never have leftovers of because everybody loves it? Stuffing.
Stuffing. Which is great in your case because then you are not eating it with your hands on Friday morning, walking around your house.
That would be a little messier.
That would be messier than the pumpkin pie, and the bird. Double D in the chat says,
"Yeah,
how do neither of us have green bean casserole on the list? Disgusting. Not a fan.
I am not a fan either. I have had a little bit of green bean casserole here and there over the years. The problem is when I was a kid, Double D, my mom would make green bean casserole with like cream of mushroom soup. So there would be little bits of mushroom in there. And I would just be, no, I can't. Sorry. It could be the best green bean casserole ever, David. I'm not doing green bean casserole. I'm sorry.
You're both communists. That's all I got to say. You're both communists. Green bean casserole.
It's the cream of mushroom soup that grosses me out within it. Like when it kind of gets like chunky and bubbly on top of the green beans, like that's disgusting. Plus, it was never made in my family. Like green bean casserole is not a Thanksgiving dish in the Constable house. I guess
you're naming all the things that I love about green bean casserole. Yeah. Once again, I make it a little different than everybody else. I put a little Philly cream cheese in there, make it a little more unctuous. Yeah. For me, it's number 1 on my list, but yeah, you're both communists for not having it on there.
Well,
I can get on board with like the what is it? The little fried onions on top?
Yeah,
put that on?
If you do it with like a breadcrumb crust, maybe I might be able to get more on board. I'm not a big fan of the French fried onions on top either. I'm sorry. I know.
Yeah.
David's disgusted with us right now.
Hard pass. Hard pass.
Low key dessert. I didn't mention this, and I don't know if this is a Pittsburgh thing or not. Strawberry pretzel Jello salad. You get strawberry Jello. You mix strawberries in with the Jello. And then you put like a strawberry kind of icing on top, and then you cover the thing with pretzel crumbs. Oh my God. A little dollop of whipped cream on top, served cold. It's delicious.
Absolutely not.
Kate's disgusted. You may be disgusted with what you got on the board for Survivor this week. It's a double pick week. Where do we go? Not just for Thursday and Friday, but Sunday and Monday as well. We dive into it next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
So now I'm hungry because we just got done power ranking Thanksgiving foods. Save myself for tomorrow. Coming up top of the hour, we get back into college football, taking a look at projected spreads on what would be the CFP matchups as of right now based on the bracket the committee just released last night. Obviously, things are going to change in that bracket. Like, is Miami even in? Other things as well. But we'll take a look at the numbers and see if we necessarily agree with them and if they make sense to us as we quickly accelerate towards a massive rivalry weekend. We got to get into Ohio State, Michigan at the top of the hour as well. Could Michigan still get in as an at-large with a win over Ohio State, since it would be the best win in the country all year? Some college hoops being played today as well. Not just some, a lot. It's feast week and a lot of action all over the country, especially in Vegas with St. John's, Auburn, Tennessee, Kansas. Tennessee fresh off the upset over Houston yesterday. Gonzaga, Michigan. And both teams have looked really good in that tournament so far, all before we get to lightning bets. But it's a double pick week, Kate, in Survivor, which means you got to find somebody on the Thursday, Friday card, and then you got to find somebody on the Sunday, Monday portion of the slate as well. Dove into some numbers, went to poolgenius.com, and I'll just throw out some of the numbers here. The Eagles so far, this is as of yesterday, Eagles were the most selected team, 57%, Ravens 31%, and then you drop off real big to Chiefs 4%, Bears 3%, Lions 2%, Bengals 1%, Cowboys 1%, Green Bay less than 1%. Now, I should note, because we're both, I shouldn't say heavily, but both very much on the side of the Lions tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
This is also with just 18% of remaining pools having the Lions left and available to them. So a lot of people have already burned the Lions. A lot of people have already burned the Ravens, but those that haven't are definitely willing to go in on them. Surprisingly, Eagles still 82% available in Survivor pools. That somewhat surprised me, which may account for them being the most popular selection this weekend, at least in the first segment of Survivor in Week 13. Not surprising, I don't think, that Green Bay is less than 1%. Cowboys, 1%. Bengals at 1% being 89% available, 89% of pools still having the Bengals available. If I were out on the Eagles, if I had already burned them, if I were out on the Chiefs and had already burned them, this would be a weekend on the Thursday, Friday, first portion of the Week 13 slate, where I might look at the Bengals, especially as an opportunity to zig while everyone else is zagging in Survivor.
Like, yeah, if you were really bold, that would be the move to make if you really wanted to hopefully knock out the majority of your pool and still be alive. That would be the way to do it. And I think that's the game that has the most variables, because you don't know what Joe Burrow is going to look like, right? Like, we feel like we kind of know what's going to happen in the other games, but like that Bengals-Ravens game could go completely sideways. And it's not as easy as, okay, they're a big favorite. Like, what happens every year, week one? Everyone takes the heaviest favorites and someone always loses. So I don't hate the look on the Bengals. It's interesting that I know all season long people were saving the Chiefs for Thanksgiving. Like, that was the thing. It's kind of save the Chiefs, save the Lions, but available in 54% and only 4% are taking the Chiefs. That shows the faith that the public has in this Chiefs team right now, which is not as high as I think we all thought it would be at this point in the season.
Well, I think it comes back, when we handicapped the sides on this game at the top of the hour, you can look at both as far as who's taking who in Survivor right now and see the lack of faith in a side on this game based on the Cowboys are 75% available in pools as well, but only 1% taking them. Like you said, Chiefs, 54% available, only 4% taking them. I think a lot of people are going into that Chiefs-Cowboys game going, I don't know what the hell is going to happen. I mean, it's very much an opportunity for recent narrative to maybe trump season-long track record. But even if that's the case, what does that give us? Does that give us, like we talked about, a high-scoring shootout between Mahomes and Prescott, and it's just whichever team has the ball last. I think all of that is coming together to sort of paint that as the most muddied game of the first half of the weekend, if not the entire weekend.
Yeah, that's the one that I feel like I have the least confident handle on, of knowing what's going to happen or what to predict in that one. I also think, I mean, as much as I do think the Bears can cover 7, like the Eagles should win that game. If the defending Super Bowl champs, like if you think you're a Super Bowl team again, which I think a lot of people would say that, yeah, the Eagles top team in the NFC, second best team, maybe behind the Rams in the NFC. Like they're a playoff team for sure. Obviously they're going to win the division. The 57% of people who have taken the Eagles, I think that's probably the safest play of all, if there is any. And that's even with us being very confident in the Lions, Chris. Like we talked earlier in the show, like 2.5, yeah, lay it. 3, yeah, lay it. I even said I think the Lions could win by a touchdown. But I still would take the Eagles for Survivor over the Lions.
As for the second half of the weekend, we've got one team that people clearly are favoring in Survivor. It's the Chargers. They are 72% available, and 40% of the selections. Again, these numbers coming into us from Pool Genius as of yesterday. 47% had taken the Chargers. The Chargers this weekend are at home against the Raiders. The Raiders are coming off a terrible game against the Browns. Geno got sacked 10 times. There's just not a lot of hope out there right now.
They just fired a couple of coordinators too, right?
Yeah, they fired Chip Kelly after that game. So it's a mess in Vegas right now. The Chargers, though, have had an up and down nature to their season as well, especially given all the injuries. The offensive line is being held together with duct tape and paper clips right now, and probably will be for the majority of what's left of the season. An ugly loss against the Jags is what they're coming off of. 3 wins before that, though, including an impressive one defensively against the Steelers. But that's where I would look at the Chargers and wonder if this is just a team that's kind of, I don't know, playing in accordance with the level of quarterback that they're facing. I'm not saying I don't believe in them to beat the Raiders. And I think if you look at the rest of their schedule, this is probably your best chance for the Chargers. If you haven't used them yet, this would be the week. So it all aligns to make sense for why almost 50% of polls have them in the back half of a double pick week. But yeah, I wouldn't feel totally comfortable given it's a division game, but the Raiders are a mess, and I think it does make a ton of sense as to why the Chargers are 47% picked.
I mean, I can't argue with you on any of that. The other one that I would look at that, I mean, I think to your point of when else would you want to use the Chargers is when else do you really want to use Jacksonville if you have them left for the rest of the season? Unless, I guess, looking at their schedule, that would be week 18 against the Titans again. If you were still alive then. Like, so they play the Titans this week. I would imagine they can beat the Titans. They are 6.5-point favorites and 90% available, Jacksonville right now. Only 17% of people are playing them. That's a little surprising to me against the Titans. Like, I don't know. I feel like that is a fairly, again, nothing safe in betting or the NFL, but that seems like a fairly safe one that I would look at for the Sunday, Monday portion of week 13.
Yeah, I think if you haven't used Jacksonville yet, and they're still 90% available, I think that's a good point you make about maybe holding off on them until you get to week 18, because week 18 is always a crapshoot as far as who's going to have what to play for. I think we can count on the fact that Jacksonville's going to have to win in week 18, and you're getting you're getting the worst team in the NFL. You're getting them at home, because some of the other matchups that you look at in week 18 that you say, okay, that should be like Philly's playing Washington. Philly may be secure in their spot. You look at New England against Miami. New England might have locked up the 1 seed by then. Denver against the Chargers. I don't know. Kansas City against Vegas. That might be one that if you haven't burned the Chiefs, you might want to hold off on for week 18. But I think as far as looking at season-long strategy, if you haven't used the Jags yet, again, 90% available, that might explain to an extent why they're only getting used 17% of pools so far this week. The Dolphins are still 98% available in Survivor pools.
Which is not surprising at all.
Not at all. And they are being used by 13% of Survivor picks so far this week. They have got the Saints. I would not touch that with somebody else's money, somebody else's Survivor pool. I'm sorry. The Saints are bad, but the Dolphins, I feel like, have a chance to crash back down to earth in a big way.
I was going to say, the Dolphins have to be feeling pretty good about themselves right now. You've won 3 of your last 4. One of those wins was against the Bills in dominant fashion. Yeah, it took overtime against Washington, but if there's ever a time for this Dolphins team that is one of the more undisciplined teams in my mind in the NFL to like have a week where maybe the focus isn't there, the preparation isn't there, I'm going to go ahead and Chris say it's this week. So I'm with you. I would not touch that game either. It makes complete sense that the Dolphins have hardly been used in anyone's Survivor League. And I would imagine at the end of the season, because you don't have to use every single team, the Dolphins are still one of the most untouched teams in Survivor.
What's crazy about the Dolphins, aside from the Survivor angle of this, is that if they do beat the Saints, which wouldn't surprise anybody, I don't think. The Saints are the Saints at this point. Then they go to New York to face the Jets. Then they go to Pittsburgh on a Monday night to face the Steelers. Then they host the Bengals. I mean, would it be wild for the Dolphins to win 3 of their next 4, and all of a sudden we look up and they're 7-8 going into the final 2 weeks and still have a chance to maybe somehow steal a wild card spot in a really crazy AFC field?
Would it be wild? Yes. Because of what I thought and everyone else thought of the Dolphins at the start of the season. Is it realistic that they could do that? Also, yes. Because of how
they
poor
get the
their
Bucks
opponents are.
in week 17, and they've been banged up. They may play a game that's meaningless for the Patriots in week 18. I mean, talk about going from hot seat to the playoffs would be massive for McDaniel. Back into college football, projected spreads on what would be those CFP matchups right now. We'll do that next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
It is a huge week for sports. We appreciate you checking in with us and taking the BetMGM Network with you wherever you are going this Thanksgiving holiday weekend. You know you can do it a million different ways. You can always take us with you. You want to watch the show on YouTube. Just search the BetMGM Network. Make sure you turn on notifications so you don't miss anything new throughout the weekend with Thanksgiving NFL games, a Black Friday game, obviously rivalry weekend in college football as well. We'll get into Ohio State, Michigan in just a second since we didn't get a chance to talk about it earlier. You can also get us in podcast form literally anywhere you get your audio, including the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, and the TuneIn apps where you can always listen live 24/7 as well. We got you covered, whether you're driving all the way across half a dozen different states or just walking on over to the recliner this Thanksgiving weekend. The BetMGM Network here for you. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable in for Joe O and Sammy P on Bet Sweats. And before we get to these projected CFP spreads, Brad Powers of Covers.com does it every week after the new CFP rankings have come out. Kate, he'll give us projected spreads on what those matchups would be. And they're always, I think, pretty instructive of what we may expect in the first round of the college football playoff, depending on how the matchups are set. And we've still got a week to go before that happens. Let's talk Ohio State, Michigan, because we didn't get a chance as we were rolling through the rivalry games earlier in the show to touch on this one. We've talked about it a couple times already this week. Ohio State favored by 10 over Michigan on Saturday at noon in Ann Arbor at the Big House. Ohio State has lost 4 in a row to Michigan. This is the best team in college football, I think, by far. Ohio State. Pains me to say that as a Penn State guy, but it's true. This is still 10 most places. There is a 10.5 out there on Ohio State. So I don't think we're going to come back down inside of 10. That would shock me. I think there would have to be a lot of late Michigan money. Maybe we would get some sort of definitive answer, which I doubt we will get, about Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, who are both aiming to play the Ohio State wide receivers, but maybe very limited in how they do play or how much they play if they are in the game on Saturday afternoon. If this were under 10, I would have no problem at all laying it with Ohio State. As it is, at 10, I think is probably still a decent number. I know the rivalry. I know anything can happen. I know Michigan's a good team. 15th in the country, according to the committee right now. But I could see Ohio State running away with this one. As much as we love to talk about the history of the rivalry and, Ryan Day's lost 4 in a row against Michigan and flag planting and all that kind of stuff, throw it out. We're talking about this year's teams. And I look at what Julian Sayin in particular has done the last few weeks to reinforce a belief that he could win the Heisman Trophy and that he was the favorite most of the year. And I think Ohio State handles their business and wins by double digits. It's why if you held my feet to the fire and I had to make a bet on this today, I'm going to wait till Saturday morning and hopefully still get to 10, not have to lay more than 10.5. I would go with Ohio State.
I think you have to. Like, it's scary because Ohio State's been the heavy favorite over the last couple of seasons. But these are all independent of each other because they're different teams. They're different quarterbacks. I don't fully trust a rookie quarterback as good as he has been this year for Michigan, Brad Underwood. Like, this is still a massive game for him. What worries me a little bit, Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, if they don't play, and I think if you're Ohio State, you want them healthy for the playoff more so than you want them healthy for this game. But maybe they play in the first half and Ohio State's up big and you're able to rest them in the second half, something like that. I think this is probably like, it scares me to lay it with Ohio State because anything can happen in rivalry games. But this whole Ohio State team's even better than last year. And after last year and the whole flag planting thing and everything, like any players that were on that Ohio State team last year, if they've had this, which they have had this game circled literally since they were children, They have it double, triple circled this year because it just means that much more. And think about, like, for Ohio State, you win this game and you go on to win the title. You have an undefeated season, where like this was the blemish on the record last year, is losing to Michigan. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like this is Ohio State's smash spot. I hate even saying that, but like this could be Ohio State by a zillion.
Yeah, I tend to side with what you're saying here. And look, let's not pretend like there aren't going to be alums, guys who are in the NFL now, who aren't going to be texting their buddies that are still on the team saying, hey, remember last year? Remember when Jack had to basically fight that guy at midfield after the flag planting? You think Judkins or Sawyer or JTT aren't going to be hitting dudes up saying, hey, remember last year? Will Howard isn't going to reach out to Julian Sayin and be like, remember last year? Yeah, I think there's a ton of motivation on Ohio State's side. There's the ability to set their quarterback up to win the Heisman Trophy. Julian Sayin still at 4-1 for that. Got that one in yesterday. That I think there's a very good chance they could roll Michigan in this game. If it gets to 10.5, maybe it's a little more uncomfortable. Like I said, I don't think, unless there's a wave of Michigan money that comes in late, it'll get down to 9.5. So I should probably just step on it and get the 10 today. But I could see Ohio State running away with this one. Now, again, the reason it hasn't gotten to more than 10 is because there are enough people like you and I also saying, well, you never know. And that's a possibility, especially, this is Julian Sayin's first real big road test. But I think, after 11 games, regardless of where they've been played, he's to the point now. And again, he's played much better, in my opinion, over the last few weeks, where he's set up to succeed on Saturday.
What I always try and think of for, any game that you handicap is like, what's the sabotage factor? How do you lose this? How does Ohio State lose this game? It would be like they would have to lose it, not necessarily Michigan.
Right. Turnovers.
I don't see Michigan out playing on. It would have to be Ohio State's fault. Yes. Turnovers, bad decisions, ticky-tack mistakes, penalties, things like that, where Ohio State loses it for themselves versus like Michigan firmly beats Ohio State.
Now, I do think I just gave all the motivational and sort of intangible edge to Ohio State in this one. I do think Michigan, knowing that there's an outside shot at maybe ending up in the Big Ten championship game with a win, maybe even, a win over Ohio State is not just a win in college football's best rivalry. It would also be the best win in college football all year long, and could be enough for the committee to look at them and go, maybe even as an at-large, they've got a chance if other things fall their way in the SEC, especially this weekend. So there is motivational edge on or motivational positives for Michigan in this one as well. I just think it's a chance for Ohio State, Julian Sayin, Ryan Day to make a statement going into the Big Ten championship game. That's why I've talked myself into it. I will lay the 10 today and make sure I get it in so that I don't have to worry about the hook if it comes to it on Saturday morning. As for the CFP and the rankings that were released last night, the latest set of rankings, for those of you that may have missed it and are still catching up this morning, 1 through 5 are the same. Still got Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Georgia, Texas Tech. Number 6, Oregon leaps number 7, Ole Miss after the win over USC. 8, 9, 10 remain the same. There is a question. Heather Dinich brought it up this morning about number 8, Notre Dame, maybe being kind of vulnerable. No conference championship game, only Stanford this weekend, to that BYU scenario that we discussed yesterday, where if BYU beats Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game next weekend, and a couple other things don't fall Notre Dame's way, possibly the Irish end up on the bubble and get bounced. So a lot going into it here, but the current matchups would be Texas Tech hosting Tulane with a 21-point spread. Oregon hosting Miami, which again, we've deduced is basically just an ACC placeholder, but 8.5-point favorites. Ole Miss hosting Alabama and a pick'em on that game. And Notre Dame, they haven't played yet this year. Notre Dame laying 5 against Oklahoma. So those would be your 4 matchups, Kate. I think Tech being favored by 21 against any of those group of 5 opponents, probably spot on.
That's a fair price. I would lay that right now if that line was out for us to actually take. I think Tech, whatever group of 5 team they do play, they just demolish them, as they have done for most of their opponents that are, I guess, all of their opponents all season long. They've been demolishing them. The pick'em for Ole Miss and Alabama's I feel like it would be Alabama -1.5. I know that's essentially a pick'em, maybe -2.5, because that game would be played at Alabama, right? Like a little home field advantage.
Yeah, that's. Well, no, that game right now would be at Ole Miss. You'd have Ole Miss, the 7 seed. Bama,
Oh,
the 10
okay.
seed. So
okay, then I think pick'em is probably fair, because I would put Bama as better than Ole Miss a couple points. So on a neutral site, maybe Alabama -2.5, 3. If that accounts for home field, then that makes sense that it would be a pick'em.
This is also, I imagine, with Lane Kiffin in place. If Lane Kiffin were to depart and Joe Judge takes over, I think even going into Oxford, Bama probably gets an extra couple of points. You're probably talking about Bama 3.5, I would think, on the opening line. Does that sound good to you?
Chris, do we get the coach gone bump for Ole Miss? That's going to be the narrative.
That's going to be the other side of this, too, is after all the distraction of Kiffin and the LSU Florida job search and all that, when and if Lane Kiffin does leave and Ole Miss is in the playoff, assuming they beat Mississippi State and everything holds, that will be, you're right, that will be a narrative. Not just the coach bounce, but I got to think you would have a lot of guys in that Ole Miss locker room who would look around and say, man, look at us. We're a one-loss team this close to the SEC championship game, and our coach bailed on us. He doesn't even believe in us. Let's go out and get it. And I think that is, I still think it's Bama by 3.5, even in Oxford, if Kiffin were to leave, maybe more. I don't know. Oregon 8.5 against Miami, I think is a pretty accurate line. The problem is that's not going to be Miami in that situation. I don't think it's, you're going to have an ACC champion. If chalk holds through the weekend, we're talking about SMU or Virginia. SMU or Virginia going into Oregon, I think is closer to 14.
I could get on board with that. I mean, if it were Miami, I would lay the 8.5 with Oregon right now. I think Dan Lanning's a phenomenal coach, especially in the playoffs. I guess last year they got bounced a little early, but that's too short of a number. Virginia, if it's Virginia, I would lay 2 touchdowns with Oregon. SMU worries me a little bit more than Virginia. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the name Virginia and Virginia being a football school all of a sudden. I know they've been great this year, but yeah, I would take Oregon. It's hard not to grab the favorites right now, Chris. Like even looking at Notre Dame in Oklahoma, that one that Brad Powers has is Notre Dame -5. I would lay it with Notre Dame.
That one I'm kind of conflicted on. I'd be a whole lot more comfortable, obviously, at like 3.5 Notre Dame, Oklahoma. But I tend to side that see, that would be in Norman right now. Not that Notre Dame couldn't go in there and win. Again, Mateer's been inconsistent since the hand injury. I don't know. I think if we actually got that game in Oklahoma, it would be a lot closer to like 3.5 for Notre Dame, which would make it, you'd probably get I don't know, maybe you'd get too much Notre Dame money early, but I think 3.5 would probably keep that from happening. 3, I think you'd get a ton of Notre Dame money. 3.5, a little less so. 5, obviously a little less so. 5 is kind of like a nowhere number, though. It's like, yeah, it wasn't enough to get to 6, but I couldn't back off to 4.5 either. It's a wonky number.
Yeah, 5's one of those dead numbers that, like, okay, if you're going to lay 3.5, you'll probably be fine laying 5, right? Or if you're right,
and if you're not comfortable laying 6, then are you necessarily comfortable laying 5?
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. Those would be, I mean, the Ole Miss and Bama finally getting to play each other would be a great matchup. Notre Dame, Oklahoma would be a great matchup. I think, Oregon gets anybody other than Miami, which, again, we've deduced will probably happen if this were the matchup and that were the ACC team going out to Eugene, would be more of a 2-touchdown spread, if not more, if we're talking like Virginia or Pitt or somebody like that. Still a long way to go. That's just based on this week's rankings. A long way to go in Feast Week for college hoops as well. A lot of big matchups to talk about, including St. John's. Can they continue to roll against Auburn? Gonzaga, Michigan, a massive game tonight as well. We get into them next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Plenty of college hoops today. Feast week continues with the Maui Invitational Final. We got plenty going on out in Vegas as well. Some massive games there. We'll get to them in just a second here on Bet Sweats, presented by the BetMGM Network. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mackin for Joe O and Sammy P today. Before we wrap up, we got lightning bets for you as well. Send you off into your Thanksgiving holiday, ready for a bunch of football. Including those Thanksgiving Day games, college football rivalry weekend as well. We got plenty of plays that we want to make sure we get in before the lines move anymore in some cases, and things get kicked off tomorrow at noon down in Mississippi between Ole Miss and Mississippi State, a full day of college football. And again, we got tomorrow in the NFL, Friday, I should say, in college football. College hoops today. We got at least 3 interesting games, I think, Kate, all of them out in Vegas. We've also got the Maui final between Arizona State and USC. But the marquee names are all out in Vegas, it feels like, for that tournament there. We got St. John's Auburn. We got Tennessee Kansas. We got Gonzaga Michigan. Michigan looked great last night in a massive win. They beat Auburn by 30. They were up 28 at halftime. So as we look at today's college basketball card, Kate, what's jumping out at you as you look at the numbers?
I like USC over Arizona State. Just looking at those numbers, and I'm using KenPom for a lot of this early on in the season before I feel like we really have a great handle on this, these teams. But one of the numbers that jumps out is the field goal attempts for USC. They're 5th in the nation in field goal attempts. That right there, I feel like gives them a significant advantage, just that they're going to get to the line. They're going to get a bunch of freebies there. You also look at their defense significantly better than Arizona State's defense. And I mean, both of these teams, this is the championship game. So they've been playing the last couple days. They're going to be tired. I feel like it could get sloppy where foul calls, things like that. If USC can get to the free throw line, I think they could win this one and cover -5.5.
Yeah, that's a good look. Didn't consider that. Total sitting at 163 on USC and Arizona State. That one tips at around 2:30 Eastern in the Maui Invitational. I mentioned St. John's and Auburn. St. John's has looked really good out in Vegas. Really good. And they're favored by 5.5 against Auburn, who I mentioned is coming off an ugly loss against Michigan last night. I'll be curious to see if they can turn it around. Like you mentioned, these teams are on their 3rd game in 3 days now. So how fresh are the legs? I would look for, and again, hate to put too much of last year's personality and philosophy on this year's teams because there are obviously personnel changes on most rosters. But I look at St. John's, I look at the backcourt defense, and I think I end up leaning St. John's on this one against Auburn. Like I said, it was 5.5 this morning. I want to make sure I have the most up-to-date line, though, before I go and tell you whether to go in on this one or not. St. John's down to 4.5 at BetMGM. So things moving in Auburn's direction. I still like St. John's, especially now that we're inside 2 possessions at 4.5. I'd feel good about St. John's.
You get smoked in the manner that Auburn did yesterday, and you're in Vegas and you're college-age kids. Do you stay up a little late, at the tables, whatever you can legally do in Vegas? That makes me a little weary of backing Auburn, even though the money sounds like it's moving in Auburn's favor. I don't have a play in this game, but I would be with you. I think St. John's would be the right side. I also wonder, like, Auburn, what's the younger Pearl, the new Pearl coach, Bruce Pearl's son? What's his name?
I don't know, to be honest. I just know
Coach Pearl, we'll call him.
Bruce's kid.
Coach Pearl. Like, I trust Patino in this area of like keeping his players focused in this type of environment more so than I would a first-year head coach in Mr. Pearl. So those types of intangible things, I think that makes me want to lean towards St. John's too.
Steven. I looked it up.
Steven Pearl. Nice name.
Yeah.
Coach. We'll call
Coach Pearl. Tennessee coming off a huge upset win over Houston, gets unranked Kansas. This morning, the line was 4.5. Again, I want to make sure I have the most up-to-date number on this one for you. It's out to 5.5 now. That's not surprising, given that Tennessee took care of Houston last night. Tight ball game. They won, I think it was 76-73 was the final. The total on this one, because of Tennessee, and we know the pace of play that they like at 139.5. I don't know if I'd play over in this one instead of under, and count on Tennessee's offense to keep going. They looked good against Houston last night, so the 5.5 is in play for me as well. The total over 139.5.
I could only look towards Tennessee on the side here. 5.5. They are number 1 in the country in offensive rebound percentage. They're going to be getting second chance points a lot. Kansas's defense does not turn the ball over, or does not turn other teams over at all. So it's not like, and Tennessee's a very disciplined team, and like they don't turn the ball over all that much. So it's not like Kansas is going to be getting any extra possessions via defensive turnovers or things like that. So I think these teams are just in two different categories right now. Tennessee being a significantly better team. Part of me is like, you coming off of a great win over Houston, a little bit of a letdown, but also like, no, not really. I think maybe that's some momentum building, and you can build off of that if you're Tennessee. So I would lay the 5.5 with the Vols over Kansas. Kansas has been on a slide. I mean, last season was not great. They're not amongst the top teams like they typically are early on this season. I don't have a ton of faith in the Jayhawks right now.
This is one of those ones, if you change the name from Kansas to, I don't know, pick a random Big 12 team, middle of the pack Big 12 team, which Kansas is, would it be just 5.5? Or would we be out a little farther, given the way Tennessee has performed to this point in the Players Era tournament, to 6.5 or even 7? So I tend to agree with you that I would lean Tennessee, but the total has caught my eye as well on that one. Gonzaga, Michigan is late tonight. I believe it's the final of that Players Era tournament out in Las Vegas. And Gonzaga's actually opened as the favorite. 12th ranked Zags, 7th ranked Wolverines, 2.5-point favorites. Gonzaga. You wonder if Michigan, after a resounding win, maybe exhales a little bit. Final day out there in Vegas. Maybe the finish line is in sight before a nice long weekend. Gonzaga has shot really well in this tournament. 2.5 is a tough number for me on Gonzaga, Michigan.
I don't know what to do with this one either, Chris. If anything, I think I would lean towards the over of this just being the third game in a row that they've played, and like the legs are going to be tired, right? The defense is going to suffer, if anything. You just mentioned how good Gonzaga's shot the ball. I mean, I think that continues over like lockdown defense happening tonight. So when you're in these tournament types of atmospheres and playing multiple games, like think back to those AAU days for these players. What happened to the scores the later the tournament went? Oftentimes they were higher scoring games because the defensive discipline starts to waver a little when teams get tired. And especially this early in this season too. Like down the road, March Madness, your conditioning is so much different and so much better. But like this is early on in the season. You haven't played a whole lot of games. So that's where I think things would go sideways, if anything, is on the defensive side, leading to a higher scoring game.
Yeah, total sitting there on Gonzaga, Michigan tonight at 163.5 right now. I think for a lot of the reasons. Yeah, I still think for a lot of the reasons you laid out, we may see that number bump up another point or two as money comes in on the over. So if you're thinking over, now probably the best time to catch it on Gonzaga, Michigan, and just kick back, relax tonight, and root for lots of buckets to be made for Michigan, who played really well. I think, like I said, 6 players in double figures, including 3 off the bench last night against Auburn, and Gonzaga has shot well out in Vegas as well. The one thing you should not do tonight, we talked about this earlier, Kate. Do not, if you are over the age, we've dropped the age now. It's like the total is dropping on some of these spreads. We've dropped the age from 35. It's been a big line move, I'll be honest.
It has.
We're dropping it to 25. If you're older than 25, You do not need to go out tonight on Thanksgiving Eve. You don't. You don't. Make a couple bets as the wallet allows and sit back and relax and watch some basketball, because I'm going to tell you right now, as a guy in his 40s, his mid 40s, I'm going to tell you, you are not going to recover the same tomorrow morning. And you're going to have to either go somewhere or have people over, and your uncle's going to be rambling about politics, and you're going to want to go back into blackout stage tomorrow. Don't do it tonight. Don't. You're not going to recover the same from it.
Plus, isn't it more fun to, well, I suppose if you're in your early 20s, it's probably more fun to go drink with your friends. As I get older, it's more fun to drink with my family, right? So, like, I'm looking forward to then saving myself for Thanksgiving Day of having beverages with my family, right? Rather than being so hungover that you don't want to drink anything on Thanksgiving. So I'm with you. And we did really need to lower that bar. The line movement on the age needed to come down quite a bit. Money came in on the under hard. Because we don't, as 30 some people, we don't need to be out in the streets past a certain time. And that's when, let the kids do that. We've had our days. Plus, make a nice cocktail, sit on the couch. Doesn't mean you can't have drinks tonight. Just don't go nuts. Right. Do it on your couch. Get a decent night's sleep. I don't know, maybe pop a gummy if you're into that stuff, watch some sports, and then wake up and feel good tomorrow.
Wake up in plenty of time to get your bets in on the first Thanksgiving Day game, right? And then you're fully equipped and prepared for Thanksgiving.
Help make the stuffing. Who knows?
Yeah.
Be useful this Thanksgiving.
Exactly. Be useful. That's a good way to look at it. I will be of no use tomorrow. I'll be honest. I'm awful in the kitchen. My wife takes over for the stuff that she needs to make to take over my sister-in-law's. I will only sneak in there to maybe steal a deviled egg or two while she gets those ready. Because you got to have, that's the other thing. And this always happens to me every Thanksgiving. The snacks and the appetizers before Thanksgiving dinner, it can pile up on you. You want to talk about pacing yourself? Pace yourself on the snacks and the appetizers before dinner too.
Where you get to the table for dinner and it's like, I'm not even hungry for this. Then you're just choking down a full plate of food that is not necessary. And of course, there's no better feeling than being overly stuffed after Thanksgiving and laying on the couch. Maybe you've got a fire brewing in the family room watching football. Like, that's the best. But it is kind of an awful feeling when you get to the table and you've already devoured all the appetizers where you're not hungry anymore.
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to go into the dinner portion of Thanksgiving wondering if you can even swallow that, that dry turkey, white turkey meat that we talked about. You got to douse it with gravy. You're like Clark Griswold at the Christmas table chewing down on the turkey jerky that just came out of the oven. Don't do that to yourself. Make sure you got plenty of room left. What is the Constable family line on deviled eggs? I've mentioned them a couple times this week.
0.
None?
Not a staple. None. 0. I don't know if my family has ever made a deviled egg ever. I don't dislike them. They just, we stick to our normal stuff that we have done for the last zillion years, and we do not waver. So they're fine, but they're not on the table at Thanksgiving.
Deviled eggs are a very polarizing treat, I've found. Deviled eggs.
Yeah.
And I didn't get the patented Kate Constable wrinkled nose look when I mentioned deviled eggs. So I thought they might be in play.
Yeah, I haven't got my Botox in a while, so everything's moving right now. So you know exactly what I like. What I like and don't like. The face does not hide anything. I have a question though for you, Chris. Okay. So I have 2 sisters. They are not into sports. They don't care. So when we've had Thanksgiving at one of my sister's houses before, she's like, do we have to have football on all day? Do you have anyone, like, your family just fully accepts that, right? Like, football is on in the background while dinner is being served while you're eating. That is normal people Thanksgiving, right?
Totally
Sometimes
normal.
my family's like, let's turn it off while we eat. That's not Thanksgiving.
Yeah. No, I've gotten to the point where I have a brother-in-law. My sister-in-law's husband is not a huge sports fan. Like, he keeps up with it enough to be able to talk about, oh, those Steelers suck, huh? And I'll be like, yeah, they're terrible. Let me tell you about it. He's more into, like, he'll bend my ear tomorrow and tell the same story 3 or 4 times over and over again about how he has to pack up his truck and leave early the next morning to go hunting because deer season opens in Pennsylvania on Saturday morning. So, like, he goes to a hunting camp every Thanksgiving weekend, and he'll tell me about that over and over again. But he's smart enough to know, and my sister-in-law has known me long enough, that they make sure there is a dedicated TV in the game room in the basement that is already on football by the time we even walk in the door. They know exactly. It's Thanksgiving. You know what.
Those are smart people right there. Those are smart people.
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. You have to have football. We got plenty to bet on. We'll get you our favorite plays of the day and Thanksgiving, and maybe even a couple ahead of Friday's slate as well with our lightning bets. That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
All right, no Bet Sweats tomorrow here on the BetMGM Network. You'll still have the daily tip bright and early to get you prepared for Thanksgiving Day games. But if you need Bet Sweats anytime, you can always get it in podcast form. Wherever you download your podcasts, make sure you get in there and get it. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your audio, just search Bet Sweats. We will be back Friday morning. Kate, are you back Friday morning? You're going to be busy this weekend, aren't you?
I am not back Friday morning. I am doing a little Illinois State high school football this weekend. So we will be outdoors in the cold. So it's have a snowstorm.
There's the Kate Constable nose wrinkle I'd waited for. Didn't get it for deviled eggs. Got it for outdoor high school football in the middle of nowhere, Normal, Illinois.
It's going to be quite the time. Yep. 1A, 2A.
State championships, though, right?
Hey, big deal for these kids. So we got some cool stories to highlight, but nice. I'm trying to figure out like how to stay warm enough because also at this age, Chris, like being cold sucks. Like you could tough it when you were in your 20s. Maybe you not wear a coat to the bar. Hell no, I will be bundled to the max. So
layer
that's my
after
plan.
Layer, those little hand warmers, all of it.
We've got that heated socks. Oh yeah.
But we will be back on Bet Sweats on Friday to look back on the Thanksgiving games. Kate won't be. She'll be out in the cold freezing. But we'll be here certainly 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Friday to take you through what went down on Thanksgiving. Obviously, plenty of college football weekend rivalry action. Oh, boy, my buddy Jake Hassan is going to be in. Me and Jakub.
Wow.
That should be a fun one Friday morning. You want to be here for that. Cannot wait. I'll have to keep Jake from somehow cooking up like college baseball futures or some ridiculous stuff. But we will have you covered for all of the weekend NFL action as well. So we will be back on Friday. A lot going on, obviously, in the next 24 to 48 hours that we can fill up our cards with, fill up our plates, as it were, on this Thanksgiving weekend. Lightning bets. We've got NBA, college basketball, college football, if you want to get ahead of some lines. And, of course, Thanksgiving Day NFL bets to get out there for you. Kate, you want to get us started?
Yeah, why not? We taught this one just in the last segment, college basketball. I'm going to go the over Michigan, Gonzaga, over 163.5. I believe that's still where that one is at. Mm-hmm. That's the only college basketball bet that I feel confident in today, really. I'm going to go Ohio State. I'm going to lay so I got to make sure I have this right. I'm not giving out
still
bad
10,
lines.
Right?
10, I was going to say. As long as it's still 10, I'm going to go Ohio State minus 10 in this one. Yesterday, I gave out the Lions minus 2.5. I'm also going to go Jahmyr Gibbs in that game. His rushing and receiving prop. 108.5. I know that Green Bay's defense is very good, but you take away one thing from him in the rushing game. I think the receiving game, that's opened up for him over the last couple weeks, and he's had some good numbers there. I am also going to go with the Bengals plus the 7.
Okay.
And I'm debating Bears plus 7 as well. But Bengals for sure. Bears is we'll see what we get to on Friday.
Yeah, I think that's a wait and see. It could get to 7.5. We'll see. But there hasn't been a lot of movement on that. You wonder if maybe the markets are just waiting to move to get through the Thanksgiving Day games, and maybe that's a reassess on Friday morning deal. All right, I'm with you on Ohio State minus 10. I'm going to make sure I get that in today, as well as the Gonzaga-Michigan over 163.5 tonight out in Vegas. Those are two that I'm definitely on with you. Detroit minus 2.5. Got to get in on that as well, because I have not locked it in yet this week, so that will get locked in. Other college basketball bet that I have, we mentioned Tennessee against Kansas. If this were any other nondescript, randomly named Big 12 or any other conference for that matter, major conference team, I don't know if you'd be laying as short a number as you're getting with Tennessee right now. Tennessee's played really well out in Vegas, so I'll lay 5.5 against Kansas. As for NBA tonight, we mentioned all the in-season tournament games that are happening. Detroit only having to lay 2.5 at Boston. I'm on that one. Detroit, a much better rebounding team than the Celtics right now. So I'll go with the Pistons on the road, even though the Celtics have won 4 of their last 5, laying 2.5 at TD Garden. And then we had talked a good bit earlier about the Western Conference Finals rematch happening tonight in OKC between the T-Wolves and the Thunder. Minnesota's on the final game of a 3-game road trip. They've dropped the first 2, but they've both been very close. A 1-point loss in Phoenix, a 5-point loss in overtime in Sacramento. Anthony Edwards has had massive nights in both of those games, 40 or more, 43 against Phoenix, 41 against Sacramento. So I don't think he gets to 40 against the Thunder, but Anthony Edwards' points prop is at 25.5. I'll take the over on that, but I'm also going to take OKC on the first half line because they've been just rolling teams. They've won 9 in a row now, none of them by fewer than 13, averaging a 22-point margin of victory. So I'll take OKC in the first half and sort of hedge my bet on OKC rolling in this one. It's 4.5 on the first half line. I'll take the Thunder there tonight as well. Another college football game that I want to get in before maybe the line moves a little bit more. I suspect we could get some more money in on Georgia. So I'll take Georgia laying the 13.5 in what is in essence a home away from home game for them at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta against Georgia Tech, who, yeah, they've got an outside remote chance of sneaking their way into the ACC title game if they upset Georgia, but I'm not counting on it. I think a lot of the wind out of their sails in the last few weeks, punctuated by that loss at home to Pitt last week. So give me Georgia laying 13.5 against Georgia Tech on Friday. And then one more Thanksgiving bet that I want to make sure I get in. And we talked about this game. Dallas's defense has given you reason to think that maybe they're finding some footing, but Patrick Mahomes is coming in. The Chiefs have found a run game, a little more balanced on offense, I would suspect, tomorrow afternoon. So I'll take the Chiefs and Cowboys over 52 on the total there. So I'll have plays in the first 2 games. And then I have an eye on Joe Burrow. And right now, there is not a total posted on his yardage prop, his passing prop yet, but you can obviously get the ladders on 150, 200, 250, 300 passing yards. 200 plus, heavily juiced. I wouldn't take it. It's minus 625. 250, a little more reasonable at minus 150. 300 is up there at 225. Again, no T. Higgins, so consider that. But I'm intrigued. So just throwing it out there before tomorrow night's game, Joe Burrow passing yard total is one I'll have an eye on.
Chris, I found Burrow's passing yards at a book not named BetMGM. 251.5, minus 114 right now. So that is more like it than got to do some shopping before you lock that one in.
I will, but if it's 251.5 and that's the best number right now, and it's only, what'd you say, minus 115?
Minus 114, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd go with that. Burrow over that tomorrow against the Ravens as sort of a hedge against the Bengals winning that game or at least covering the number. But you never know. Is Burrow rusty? I think Chase Brown is an interesting look there, too. I should probably bring that up while we're talking Bengals-Ravens. Chase Brown rushing is, how about this? 75-plus rushing yards for Chase Brown right now is plus 180 at BetMGM. So that is another
like a
look.
Great price.
Yeah, really good price. Almost 2-1. Chase Brown has had basically 300-yard games in his last 4 or 5. So now 2 were against the Steelers in a very bad run defense, but Chase Brown over 75 at plus 180. That price is kind of hard to turn down, so may lock that one in.
He's picked things up over the last 4 weeks compared to, the first 7 weeks of the season or so. So I think he's someone that is going to continue to get the touches going forward.
Yeah, I think as Joe Flacco has started to slowly turn back into Joe Flacco over the last few weeks, that they've been willing to lean more and more on Chase Brown, whether it's run game or in the pass game. If there's a total yards prop out there on Chase Brown, that would be worth a look as well as we approach kickoff tomorrow night between the Bengals and the Ravens. Thanks again to each and every single one of you for joining us this week on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. We've been in for Joe O and Sammy P the last couple of days. As mentioned, Kate is going to take off for beautiful, picturesque, Normal, Illinois tomorrow afternoon. You're shaking your head.
I believe it's like most restaurants per capita in the country or something like that. I'm really looking forward to there's a Chick-fil-A near the stadium, and I'm a big Chick-fil-A person, and it's hard to get it in the city. So I'm going straight to Chick-fil-A, and we'll probably hit that once or twice this weekend. I'm really into Culver's Butter Burgers right now as well.
Oh.
So I don't get it. I'm not getting Thanksgiving. I'm not going to be able to go to my family Thanksgiving tomorrow because I have to drive down there tomorrow. My games are early on Friday. So I don't know, Chris. Like Thanksgiving for me might look like a butter burger and a what do they call Oreo concrete tomorrow night.
All right.
Which,
that if they're open.
Second to stuffing. Oh, right. If they're open. Are fast food restaurants open on Thanksgiving? I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Oh.
That isn't. There's nothing worse, by the way, than it being a Sunday and you wake up, especially after a night out on a Saturday, and you're like, "Oh, I could go for some Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich or chicken nuggets," and then you're like, "Sunday,
closed." Yeah, that is, and I have done that one too many times in my life. So not only am I not going to get stuffing and mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving, apparently I'm not getting my Butterburger either.
It's all right. You're saving yourself a few calories. Look at it that way.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate every single one of you for hanging out with us. Enjoy your Thanksgivings, whatever you're up to, whether you're working, whether you're headed to some family Thanksgiving that, you know, will annoy the heck out of you, or just hanging out on your couch watching sports all day. Hang with the BetMGM network. We will have you covered. For David Dykstra, for Brian Gertsch, for Zach Krull, for Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks.
your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.